Hello, good morning to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Let me know if you can hear me. Got a good feeling that the right button has been hit now. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with you as we're into the third over of this first unofficial T20 international in the Euro Cup T20. Oh, I've got confirmation that people can hear me. Well, what you would have seen so far, we didn't hear so much, but what you would have seen was some big hitting from Majid Ali, who just had his middle stump removed from the base. And so Poland, after a big opening, 26 off the first over, have now lost both openers 41 for 2. Izar Ali is the new batter. And Sami, a successful bowler. Majid was looking top notch, wasn't he? So, bad news for me is that I gave you a pretty comprehensive introduction that I will now have to go over again in the first 2 overs. Funny thing was, I think there was just one big switch that was like on off for sound, and that's why it was turned off, and that's why you couldn't hear anything. Now hopefully you can. As Mohan, number 3, kicks that away, doesn't beat the fielder. So very good comeback this from Iceland. So, where do I start? There we've got Poland taking on Iceland in the first of 7 matches this weekend. 2 today, 3 tomorrow, then 2 on Sunday, including the final. I'm so glad you can hear me now. I'll tell you what. Urasami with an excellent over. Brings Iceland back into the mix. Into 3 overs, and it is 42 for 2. So Poland won this tournament last year, and Iceland actually came second. But going into their last game, which was against each other, match 9, Iceland had the opportunity to win the trophy. They were undefeated at that point, 3-0, taking on Poland, who were 2-1. But Poland were able to do a bit of a number on them, 212 to 122 to take the trophy away. And we had a 3-way tie last year, although Poland won the trophy on net run rate, with all of Poland as well as Iceland and Latvia finishing with a 3-1 record. Lithuania finished in 4th place with a 2-2 record. Ukraine were also part of it last year. Of course, a lot of these Polish players you'll know from the European Cricket Series we had here last month. Actually, Jotin did get 1 wicket of Rahul Sharma, who started with a couple of boundaries, but then was caught behind, well caught by Chamley Fernando. So Iceland is really interesting. I often mention that they'll probably win the World Cup for social media. Just coming up with some pretty good stuff on there, those of you that are on the socials. But we went so close, about as close as you can get to doing a European Cricket Series in Iceland back in season 2020. In fact, we were going to have a 3-team series on the weekend. Stands and delivers here. Gets on the front foot and pops it over mid-off. That's gone all the way. Maximo for Mohan. Gets off the mark in style. We are in the power play, 6-over power play. There's been a lot of that kind of length so far. Comfortable to get on the front foot, step, hit, deliver. And Mohan knows his ground very, very well. I think from the moment he hit that was going all the way for 6. Yeah, Mohan played for Warsaw CC, runners up in the ECS last month. Just that back of the hand slow ball. Doesn't get the wide there. Umpire obviously felt it was hittable. Maybe he felt that grazed the glove of Mohan on the way past. Jotin's been fighting. Again, gets a bit of extra bounce. That's kind of what did Sharma earlier on. Now able to jab at this one, square of the wicket. 50's up as well for Poland. So yeah, Iceland, the world champions of cricket social media. We went so close to an ECS there. Unfortunately, due to COVID restrictions on the Friday night, they got changed, and therefore we weren't able to go ahead with that series. But you know, Iceland's a magical place. Cracked away by Izar Ali. get one on the fumble. That'll be the end of the fourth over, so Poland still a good start despite the loss of a couple of wickets. 51 for 2. Yeah, Iceland has a growing cricket tradition as well, with tournaments such as the Volcanic Ashes, which I think is awesome. Obviously famous for their volcano activity is the Polish bench. In fact, the Icelandic bench just on the left half and the Polish on the right half. As Ilaya Raja Virasamy was able to end that margin innings for 32 off 9. He's going to get another go here in over number 5. I guess it gives me another chance to welcome everyone in the chat. This time you can hear me. We'll wait for Virasamy. Full toss. Technique's been pretty good for Poland so far. Sometimes it's... Oh, no. Well, what's happened there? Asif Ali might have been done by little Polish Tortuga here, but no way this should be getting through. It's just a little punch. It's hit. Technique, didn't really time it. Gets there. I'm not so sure there's a huge Tortuga, maybe a baby Tortuga. Just kind of took his eye off the ball at the critical moment there, Asif Ali. Get on the front foot user this time. Knocks it down for a single. But hello to Dave. I was going to say, well, I will say again, Dave, this time you're here. Nice that you're back. I know you've had a bit of a difficult time, but our thoughts with you always. And wonderful to see you back in the chat. Rob Thompson also said, yeah, he's a little bit busier than he was before, and therefore he isn't in too much, but it's always a pleasure when you're able to pop in, Rob. That's a good shot. That's a really good shot from Mohan. That'll beat the fielder as well. So, yeah, the offside play has been a bit of a feature of this Polish inning so far. Hitting through the line of the ball. The end of the power play can't come quick enough for Iceland to maybe protect these boundaries a little bit more. Hello to John McCormick. Good to see you. Where are you watching from, John? Hello to Rudaraj as well. Where are you watching from? Let us know where you're watching from. I know we'll have viewers from all around the world. Maybe a few new viewers, because we are covering 4 international teams that we have not covered before on ECN this weekend. Beautiful shot. This Mohan's looking good here. We did start the 2025 series with back-to-back 50s. And right now, a bit of more of the same. Yeah, he made 57 against Ukraine in the first game and then followed up with 72 against Latvia. But Iceland, as I've shown before, they're able to kind of fight back with a wicket, and 20 overs is longer than you think sometimes. Virasamy with the comeback ball. This time it's straight on, he goes next side, and this is going to make the field again. Weather conditions today, it was nice to see the sun out, though we've had a bit of cloud cover and the occasional shower this morning. Currently 17 degrees, expected maximum of 19. And it just could be one of those weekends where the showers come and go and may have the odd interruption, but hopefully not. Right now the weather gods are smiling on us. We did have a shower about 5 minutes before the scheduled start, but it cleared in time for us to get underway on time. Last ball of the 5th. Low ball. Mohan decides to knock it and keep the strike at the end of the over. It is 70 for 2. So, encourage everyone, especially some of the new viewers that maybe haven't followed ECN before, make sure you like this video, you subscribe to the channel, and let us know where you're watching from. Yeah, Vinny here, Mr. Maximo on the ground in Warsaw. Hello to Chariar, saying, yeah, he knows this is T20, but we're waiting for T10. And hello to Rico as well. Well, the good news is we won't have to wait too long for more T10 cricket. In 10 days, we'll start a series in Switzerland, but we're giving you a mix of formats this year on ECN. And we're just excited to cover more cricket. And this is one that has existed actually since 2016. Bandara feels it safe to get back in the water. He went for 26 in the first over. Majid Ali took him down. But he's an experienced player. He's the captain of Iceland. And the robot saying, love the gang back together. It's so great to be back. My first time in Poland, actually. Rico was here for the ECS, which I followed pretty closely. Sultan's winning that. Rohan can't beat the field here. Well done. Let's keep that in the infield. Sultans have no less than 6 players as well in this Polish squad. 3 from Warsaw CC. So you've actually got 9 out of the squad from the finalists. We had 10 teams in that, don't forget. Also got 3 Kings 11 players, 2 Zalmi, and then 1 each from Warsaw Elite and Warsaw Hussars. It's a pretty brutal format though, the Polish ECS, because each team got 4 matches, but only the top team out of the 5 in the group got to play in the final. So it was a bit harsh on teams like Elite, for example, that had the same amount of wins as Warsaw CC, but Elite were just eliminated from the tournament. Bit of a leading edge this time, and that's going to fly over the top. That'll run away for yet another boundary. Just keep on coming here, don't they? So it's the 9th four. There's been 5 sixes, so 14 boundaries out of 34 balls so far. We've also had 2 wickets, so who says the T20 doesn't bring the entertainment? Hello to Scotty, watching from Victoria, Australia as well. Nice to see you. I'll answer your question. So who's the tallest player ever on the ECN? Glad you asked. You ask, I answer. Traction short, Mohan. Won't beat the field this time. So the tallest player was in ECN Belgium in 2022, and he was 216 centimetres. 216, which is about 7'1". 7'1.5" actually, in the old measurements. They're pretty big. Mohan pushes, won't beat the fielder again. End of the 6-over power play, in Poland flying, although they have lost their openers. 74 for 2 after 6. Hello to Helix, nice to see you as well. You definitely won't miss those stumps on a foggy day. They are probably the brightest stumps that I've seen in a while. That's coming from an indoor cricket background where they're orange. I won't say it's the first time we've had plastic stumps on ECN though, because in the European Cricket Series Barcelona back in 2022, the stumps did not arrive to the ground, and therefore the decision was made to start with basically the kids' plastic stumps, which then provided for amazing television as they got destroyed a couple of times by the hard ball. And there was a bit of a campaign at the time to actually use those stumps all the time. People loved the explosions. You've already seen Majid Ali get fluoro cartwheeled. Plastic stumps, let us know. I mean, you can almost do anything by mutual agreement, but the laws of cricket, let's just say, strongly suggest they should be made of wood. But I think it comes down to it in European cricket. You've got to compromise sometimes as well. And sometimes the ability to knock them into the ground and not too many pitches either. Hello to Daniel Polinsky. Bit of a Brandon fan. I can see. Yeah, if you're new to ECN, why don't you drop in the chat on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Say hello, let us know where you're watching from, and I'll try and answer a few viewers here. Give you a shout out. Alright, time for some spin. And it's Kevin Botha. His left arm orthodox. We're out of the power play now. if fine, gets away from the keeper. Probably just the single. Maybe the winds causing a bit of discomfort in the ears for some of our viewers, so we'll try and work on some of those issues. Yeah, let us know. Still trying to get the mix right here. Again, first day of a new tournament, so if you feel like, you know, sounds too windy, let us know in the chat. I'm too noisy, let me know. Get a good over this from both that. Probably an argument, say, maybe could have bowled a bit earlier, even in the power play. Well done, Lucky. He fixed every problem that's come his way this morning already. Goes to slog sweep this time, Mohan. There's a bit of fielding out there, though. It's Asif Ali, who had that face palm blooper moment earlier. It does well to keep that to 1. Just feel that Iceland need another breakthrough here to make this, bring this back again. 82% chance to win. Poland started slight favourites, but obviously through the weight of runs, they've pushed to a formidable position. Only the 7th over. Nicely flighted, but good footwork from Mohan, who turns it into a full toss. Won't really collect it. It'll be the end of the over. It's 81 for 2. So 2 30s expected at the moment. Looking at Iceland and their performance last year, we didn't see them in 2024, but they did play last year. Their best performance with the bat was 152. That was a chase against Latvia. Chase 152 with 4 balls to spare. Their other batting performances, they chased down 130 against Lithuania with 2 overs to go. When they were set 213 by Poland, they couldn't get close to it. They ended up with 122. There was another game where they just had to chase 20 against Ukraine after they rolled them for just 20 in a bit of a rout. So can't read too much into that one. But Iceland averaged 146 per 20 overs with the bat last year. Poland averaged 204. So I think you can see there's a bit of a difference in the firepower. As David Cook gets the ball. Nice to see him in the action reasonably early. So going spin twins. Well bowled. Cook won't mind flighting the ball a bit either and try and force the batter to make their own pace. The move to spin's been a good one for Iceland. Again, really slows this one down. This will be a hit with the wind, and it's just going to get away from the fielder. Just had a fairly heavy shower start, and I wonder how long they might be able to stay on the field. In fact, looks like they might be heading off already. That's the thing, though, here. The showers can come quickly, but they can also stop pretty quickly. And so it's just one of those things that we might have to deal with over the weekend. But, yeah, it went from very not raining and even sunshine to then this heavy shower. But I got a feeling by the time they walk off, they're probably going to walk straight back on. Let's see, because it was a pretty heavy shower. I can understand the umpires getting ready to come off, but it also, they're probably having a look at the clouds and seeing what's happening over there. But it's pretty strong wind as well. It's a left to right on your screen. He assisted that last shot from Mohan, who's moved to 31 off 21. Hey, gives me a chance to say hello to everyone in the chat, though. Hope you're well. Big weekend of cricket coming up. Obviously, you've got 3 days here. And then we've got Portugal tomorrow as well. So 6 T20s over the weekend. So, yeah, unfortunately, the rain's come in pretty heavy now. You can see that on your screen. What I will say is this pitch, it does suck it up pretty well, and so that if it does stop, then it wouldn't be too long before we get the game going again, I'd imagine. But, yeah, unfortunately, we're on pause for the moment. So just recapping what's happened so far. It's the first match of a 7-match weekend here in the Euro T20 Cup between Poland, Iceland, Latvia and Lithuania. Poland winning the toss in match 1. They're 87 for 2 after 7.3 overs. They lost Rahul Sharma for 8. They lost Majid Ali for a lightning 32 off just 9 balls. Chandrik Mohan and Khizar Ali came together at 41 for 2, and they've already put on 46 in just 5 overs. Mohan 31 off 21. Khizar Ali undefeated 12 off 10. The successful bowlers so far, Jotun 1 for 19 and Virasamy 1 for 25. Both and Cook operating with their left arm spin in tandem at the moment. But what I will say is, I'm sure that this game isn't over. There may be a reduction. It really depends how long the storm goes for. But already it's coming, it's going. What we will do is we'll take a break and we will get back to you as soon as there's some news. Keep an eye on the chat as well. If there's a start time there, I'll let you know. But until we are back with some live cricket, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo from Warsaw in Poland. Hope you're enjoying your Friday so far. Peacock Friday, well, I'm looking bright. The weather maybe not so much at the moment, but hopefully back soon with more cricket. You're watching ECN, and this is the Polish Euro T20 Cup. Hello and welcome back. Good news that the shower has passed and we are getting ready for a resumption of the cook over here in the 8th over. Don't believe there's any reduction to the 20 overs. Just a short break. Here's Cook. Well bowled. Like this over so far from David Cook. And Charanjit Mohan, mentioned earlier, he started with back-to-back 50s in the Euro Cup last year. He's on his way to another one here. Getting good areas from Cook, just forcing Mohan to make the pace and bottom hand kind of taking over a little bit. Hey, let's look at our all-time ECN events. Do you know that we're going to be head for 1 million balls bowled soon? We're at basically 962,000 at over 1.5 million runs and over 121,000 wickets. Really has been a crazy, crazy era, the ECN era. Cook with a really good over there, ends up going for just 8. And 8 overs in Poland. 89 for 2. Nice that we're back in business now. And like I said, they'll be pretty quick being on and off. Like I said, this field, some fields just have the ability to suck up the rain. So this pitch doesn't really need to be covered. In fact, sometimes that just traps the moisture in. Players are pretty used to playing here at Stade Babitset, of course, venue of the European Cricket Series last month. So is Kinnan Botha continuing, getting lots of good comments now. People are happy with the sound mix. That's good. Dave wondering if that was a hydration break, like the FIFA World Cup. Right, the hydration came from above. Mohan on 32. Oh, that one whistles in and will create an overthrow. Bit of a nightmare one. You can see the pitch does kind of slope down on each side. If the ball lands there, you've got pretty much no hope to collect the ball. Hello to ECN Star 16. Hello, where are you watching from? Nice to see you with us. We're seeing 4 international teams we haven't seen before. They're all outside the ICC framework, but like I said earlier when you probably couldn't hear me, most countries are trying to work towards that. Obviously, there's rewards if you can be accepted into the ICC structure. But I just think it's a wonderful thing that they're still able to create these unofficial T20 internationals, and so I suppose show the world a little bit that there is cricket in Poland, in Iceland, and Latvia and Lithuania. Back to the action. Great use of the feet there. It's gone, but it's gone straight to the fielder, and he's put it down. Oh, well, Giantissa out there. Not an easy ball to catch. They just gave it a wipe down, but it's still pretty slippery. And I think that Mohan, his heart was in his mouth. Great camera work. And if you remember the series last year, the fan favourite's back. Fraction short. His does well. Frees the arms. And that one also so close to the fielder, but in the end, it's gone over the top for 6. Maximal. So a couple of chances going down here. Let's have a look at this one. He's willing it over. Jesus, great effort. He gets one hand to it and just deflects it over the bar. So, Maximal Kisarali is a great shot. So that is Vipul on the camera, better known as VIP. He's pretty excited to be back out there. I think he's pretty excited when it's not raining as well. Out there at the coalface. But yeah, Rico christened him VIP Vipul for obvious reasons. Good to have him back with us, and say had a warm welcome so far. Taran Daluja, the Polish captain, has once again been at the forefront of the organisation. And yeah, this tournament has a bit of history. It started in 2016. There were 3 editions in 16, 17 and 18. Then various factors, which you can probably guess, had a bit of a break, but then came back in 2024. And so this is the 6th edition of the Euro T20 Cup. Oh, bowled by Botha. From what I've seen in Icelandic cricket as well, things have been growing up there. As the 100 comes up for Poland in just the 9th over. 228 pace at the moment. 226 pace. Fraction short. Mohan punches, but can't beat the fielder into the 9th over. And it's 100 for 2 after 9. So Iceland, I remember when we were going to cover the ECS there, when we were going to have an ECS there were just 3 teams. But it's nice to see a 4th team and even a 5th team in their domestic structure now. So that's a good sign that the player numbers are rising. Iceland, of course, if you've never seen where it is on a map, look it up because it's a fair way apart from the rest of Europe. And it's quite a unique landscape. Well to the left of the UK and Ireland. Its closest neighbour is actually Greenland, so better watch out. David Cook coming back for his 2nd over. They're quite different kinds of spinners, these two, even though they're both left-arm spinners, but Cook really doesn't mind flighting it. Oh, and he should have had a wicket there. Don't know if there's any bat on this or not. Guessing not. It's a bye and it's a missed opportunity. Fernando's been good behind the stump so far. This one just skids on and skids under his gloves. Have a look at it. So he's not quite down enough. And really, Mohan had no hope of getting back if that was cleanly taken. But it was just a slight misjudgment of the height that the ball was coming through from Shamley. This has got real long levers, doesn't he? Punches this one out to the wicket, but yeah, Iceland. 3 opportunities missed to break this partnership now. And they can't say they've been powerless in this phase of the game. It's up, it goes for it. Another opportunity. This time it's taken. So Akshay Joten was a difference maker before. Got that first breakthrough, and now he's going to get Mohan for 35. So he could have been stumped to the ball before that he faced Mohan, but in the end it'll be Tramley Fernando that's breathing a little bit easier, as that missed stumping doesn't cost him anything at all. And it's a 3rd wicket now. Partnership broken and 103 for 3, but they did put on 62 in just 43 balls. And Iceland have been pretty good so far at creating opportunities, and even when the game is running against them, as we saw earlier on as well. So well done to David Cook, who again uses all of his guile and his skill to draw that false shot out of Mohan. He won't start his series with a 50 this time around. Just as we speak, another pretty violent shower has joined us. New batter out there is Mars Sheikh. Well, he's had a fair bit of success in this tournament as well, but I don't think he's going to be scoring any runs in the next couple of minutes. Because we've been hit with another storm. But yeah, you've worked it out already. The wind is quite strong and it continues to blow showers through, but also blows them away. So I guess we'll have to wait and see, and hopefully we can get back up and running shortly. I would imagine though, we keep having these even brief interruptions, there's a fair chance that we might have to look at reducing the game from the 20 overs. Hello to Tavleen, nice to see you. And to Helix, to Paolo Campini. Let us know how you're getting on. And yeah, well, the only thing I can say is to be on and off is better than being off and off, given that it can be like that a little bit more. I'm just going to keep talking for a minute because I've got a feeling this is going to pass and we're going to be back out there in about a couple of minutes. But anyway, we'll keep you up to date with what's going on. But yeah, it's been I suppose a reasonably light week for cricket on ECN, with no cricket since last Sunday when I was in Portugal. We had 4 days without cricket on ECN. But we got a big weekend coming up, obviously Friday, Saturday, Sunday here in Poland, but also with the Portugal Liga Grizzly continuing tomorrow and Sunday. And then we'll have a bit of a break next week before we start an ECS on the 20th of July on the Monday. Although I'm pretty excited because after I leave Poland, I get to commentate at Lord's for the first time. I'm going straight to England, and I've got a couple of T20s I'll be commentating there on Tuesday. They're not ECN matches, but I'll be sure to give everyone the link to join in, as the SCG 11 from Sydney will be taking on Middlesex and the MCC. Okay, here's the good news. Looks like we're heading back out there as the shower seems to have passed. Yeah, drop a comment in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network, another hydration break from the heavens. Not exactly the start to the innings that you hope for Marshak, who walked out to the middle, got rained on, and then had to walk off with everyone else. I will say he's a very talented player. Mars played for Lisbon Kings 11 and was actually a really key player in that final back in 2024, in the 2024 Euro Cup. It was Latvia that Poland met in the final, and Marshak scored 54 off 39 in that game. He comes in here at number 5. I suppose for Iceland, you wonder what their ceiling is of what they might chase. If you go on yesterday, ended up with high 150s. Don't think they'd be wanting to chase more than 160. Maybe they top out at about 180, what they might be able to chase. And so it makes the next few overs very, very important. His Cook, I mean, really impressed with his control. At the pace he's bowling, really isn't too much margin for error, particularly in length. Last ball of 10th from David Cook. Fraction short. Once again, Kizza has been very, very good, getting his hands out in front, just snaps through the ball. That one a bit too square for the fielder, so it runs away for 4. End of the 10th over, and Poland 108 for 3 after winning the toss and electing to bat here in the first match of this Euro T20 Cup in Warsaw, Poland. You see the event info, 4 teams over 3 days, 7 matches planned. Match 7 is the final after the 6 round robin games. We're in the T20 format. Probably don't need the drinks break, do you, after you've had a couple of unscheduled ones? So we're going to plug on through. Ken Botha back to bowl his 3rd over. So actually had 5 bowlers bowl 2 overs in the first 10 Iceland's. So they've remained pretty flexible with their bowling options in this second half. The thing with Poland, I think what makes them so intimidating in this tournament is their depth of their lineup. And you look at Fahad Shakil, who the MVP back in 2024 as a guy's, he's got 100 in this tournament. He hasn't even batted yet. He's listed to come in next. But Jobin Dominic, who's a pretty experienced player as well. I've seen him in ECS cricket, and of course in the recent ECS here, but also, you know, back for Prague Spartans, for example, in Czechia. He's listed at 7. Both are doing a pretty good job here. Right on cue, gets too short. It's nailed out. And that's going to go all the way. Maximo. Give a guy a rap. Both that hasn't really dropped short too often. He's very quick getting onto the back foot. Got very fast hands. So .16 to start the over. So yeah, Poland really have the license with someone like Shaquille still ready to bat, ready to go. I think he likes to bat down the second half of the innings. Push it on the front foot. Shout. Outside, so it's hard to tell from this angle, but not a bad shout at all. I think it's a good decision, though, in the end. Yeah, Shaquille, who's listed to come in next, his 100 that he scored in this Euro Cup was actually batting at number 7. And he's also a guy, I remember in the ECS Prague, the Prague Tigers last year, he hit 200s on finals day and took their Prague Tigers to the trophy. They're going so well. Almost 11 and over without him actually batting yet. Shows that they're a dangerous outfit. Once again, rocks onto the back foot. This time I'll have to settle for a single, or maybe doesn't. As one fluoro stump is removed, but it'll be a long single in the end. And after 11 overs, Poland 116 for 3. Just got the bat down in time. You see why people like the plastic stumps so much. Do go flying. I think the bat's down there, so close call, but good call. David Cook bowling his third over. So guess the plan here would be to bowl the spinners out. But I don't know. I quite like the idea of maybe keeping them up, keeping the spin up your sleeve, maybe an over each, and you can use them around overs maybe 16 to 18, just to break things up so you're not going kind of big blocks of spin, then big blocks of kind of pace on bowling. And well bowled. Very, very accurate bowler, David Cook. Got that natural advantage of being a left armer as well, and the angle that creates against right-handers. Iceland didn't have a warm-up game. Oh, it's a bit sloppy, actually. Get an overthrow, so 1 becomes a 2. Iceland did have a warm-up game against Poland yesterday. So did Poland. So, I mean, both these two teams reasonably well prepared by European cricket standards, at least, for this tournament. Pitched up and hit straight. Sets a bit of a task for the fielder. Does well. Very well there, Jotun. Took that good catch moments ago. Saved the 4, but it will be 2 runs. Israeli quietly and not so quietly moved into the 40s now. You can really feel with this Polish batting lineup that they feel well, they're not too afraid to get out. They're not afraid of getting bowled out in the 20 overs, put it that way. They're going to continue to play their shots and back their unit. Cook's been really good. It's a false shot there, and they should get two if they run hard. Definitely will now. As Murray Samwari out there, not able to pick it up cleanly. Even given the fact that there are no boundaries in this over, it's still a pretty good over, isn't it? They get 10 off that without a boundary. It's good hard running there. 4 consecutive twos to finish the 12th over. Poland 126 for 3. Expected score 210. Good day to be undercover when those showers hit, but it's brightened up now. Had small periods of blue sky. Discussion, I think, surrounding the ball and its fitness to continue. But I want everyone, when you get a chance, look up Iceland cricket on social media and maybe put in the chat, what's your favourite post? There's been a few good ones. They do want to change the ball here. In case it's out of shape, waterlogged. So they'll try and find one in a similar condition. Out comes the box of balls. Like we're in the Ashes all over again. Funny thing is, you probably have a bigger range of balls to choose from here than you did in that 5th test back in the Ashes. What was that, 2022, I'm going to say? No, a recent one from Iceland is when Iceland were keen to step into the T20 World Cup with a couple of withdrawals. They said, yeah, you need us, we're here. The other thing in Iceland is that, especially in these summer months, you could play cricket 24 hours a day there. It's on my bucket list, actually. Has been for a while. Maybe one day. Here's both that to bowl out. So maybe they will stick with that kind of block of 8 overs of spin between Botha and Cook in these middle overs. It has been effective. Like I said, turn for Icelanders. How many they'll actually be able to chase down. Felix, I won't read your comment, but you and I are on the same page. I think for me, the real critical thing will be, okay, after this over, and then Cook bowls his 4th, I assume the next over, there's going to be 6 overs of medium pace, and who wins that battle between the batters and the bowlers. One jumps a bit up in the air, and he's got him. Wow, fantastic catch out there. Asif Ali able to hold on to it. It's a fraction short, and just took the top edge. Ended up flying away. Asif Ali takes the catch, and the 4th wicket falls. 128 for 4. Lost the hat, but kept the ball. A little bit of extra bounce there, and he deserves that one, Botha. His first wicket. Ben's been critical to try and keep things under control. And so Mars Shark will have to go for just 4. I've seen a couple of catches go down. I suppose that new ball that came out might have been a bit drier and maybe a little bit easier to catch than its predecessor. But you could just tell there was a bit of extra bounce there. And it created the false shot. Here's Fahad Shakil. A lot has been said about him. Seen him quite a bit on ECN as well. from the Prague Tigers last year. Obviously, we saw him starring for the Sultans in the ECS here last month. He's a top run scorer in that European Cricket Series. There's 228. 27 sixes in that tournament. And he loves this situation, coming in with about this many overs to go and batting 6 or 7. He's actually scored 100 at number 7. So this is no kind of also ran coming out at number 6. This is a guy who plays a specific role, and that is to pulverize attacks. See if he wants to take on the spin straight away of Botha. Oh, the first one slides past the outside edge. Well bowled. Any road to Iceland winning this game starts at getting Shaquille before he can get his mojo on. Happy to keep that one on the deck and get off the mark. Tavlin's got a good question. I don't have the answer just yet. Maybe I can get hold of one of the balls. Somebody was asking what kind of balls are being used this tournament. I'll get back to you on that one. Kizarali, 44. Clips this away. But only a single. That'll take us to the end of the successful over from both. They will finish with figures of 1 for 30. His best over was actually his last. Only went for 4 and did pick up that wicket. Poland, 130 for 4 after 13 overs. Well, weather around Europe has been pretty variable. Had a couple of heat waves ripping through different areas at different times. Right now, it's only 17 degrees here in Warsaw, which is kind of in the northeast of Poland. Poland's a really big country compared to a lot of other countries around as well. But apparently in northwest France, it's 34 degrees. I know that there's still pretty warm weather in the UK. Okay, we're going to have a change. We're going to go to Asif Ali then. Bit surprised they didn't want to bowl David Cook out, but maybe they just like that idea of having him up their sleeve. So maybe not a bad move. Of course, all overs being bowled from the same end. That really takes out the issue of which end you'd prefer to bowl at. Shaquille, like he's ready to launch. This one just sneaks away for a wide. Raghu saying 42 degrees is normal in India in summertime. Yeah, well, about the temperature it was a couple of weeks ago in Czechia, which neighbours Poland. It's the hottest day ever during the CE Cup that we brought you on ECN. All right, in the air. Geez, big moment in the game. He's dropped it. Oh, Shaquille's a match winner on his day, and maybe that day will be today. That was a Class A goober, really. Reasonably dry ball. It was a lazy kind of shot from Shaquille as well. Didn't move his feet at all. And in and out. That's one that we might have to mark down in the notebook. And Shaquille this time to the air again. And he'll get away with it. It didn't even run on that high ball. But that was a real opportunity for Iceland. That's 3 catches and a stumping that have gone down in this innings. Bowling change was almost a masterstroke. First over went for 26 in this innings. Since then, steadily, Iceland have been bringing down that run rate. Now they've got it down under 10 and over. Like I said, 160, they'd be happy to keep it to. Maybe it's not too so realistic at this stage. Keel out in front of this one, goes under the bat. Like I said, this is tailor-made for his skill set. The second time he's kind of wafted at one outside the off stump, tried to hit it to leg. Look at the par scores over the last couple of years as well. Around about the high 150s, 160 mark. Shaquille unloads on this one. Going, gone. Maximo. You drop him at your peril. This is the 2024 MVP in this very Euro Cup. He also won an MVP in 2025 with the Prague Tigers in the ECS. 2 centuries on finals day. He's a guy that scored a century at 7 in this very competition. Not to mention the 15 ball 50 he scored in the 2024. Now, he's had a life and he's already made him pay once. End of the 14th over, 140 for 4. David Cook is going to bowl out now. So they're just sneaking in an over from Asif Ali. And now we'll see Cook bowling his 4th in over 15. Oh, that looks out. And he's gone. Excellent work. So he's stumped. And Khizr Ali just drawn forward. Cook has bowled really, really well. Again, he gets this one up above the eye line. He draws Khizr Ali forward. And that's a lightning bit of work from Fernando behind the stumps. You could see there that the back foot just dragged with the momentum forward in the shot. So David Cook on a bit of a masterclass of left arm orthodox. Bit of a throwback bowler, isn't he, as well? He's willing to ask the question to get the ball above the eye line. And he gets the dangerous Khizr Ali just short of his 50. Ends up going for 47 off 31. And it's 140 for 5. Great work from the wicketkeeper there, Chamli Fernando, as it's the Polish wicketkeeper, Simranjit Singh, who comes to the crease. Batting 7. Can Iceland roll through the bottom order here? Maybe they could keep it to kind of 160, 170 if they were to continue taking wickets here. I've got to be honest, I still think 200 or 220s on the cards as well, especially if Shaquille gets going. Pretty slick by the keeper, says Helix. Yeah, it was. It was a really good bit of work. But even though it was really quick to get the bails off, he actually took the ball first and made sure of it. There's one earlier that he missed where basically didn't have his hands in the right position. One that went under his gloves. But anyway, Cook to the new batter, Simran. Oh, geez. Bit of a lazy waft. And a ball on 5th stump there from Simran. These 4 balls now are pretty critical for David Cook. I bet they'd love if he could bowl a 5th or 6th over. And as if looks pretty good to me. I'd continue with him. Then you've got basically your 3 pace bowlers to finish the innings, or some of the innings. A bowl once again. It's interesting because I reckon Cook is probably the most likely guy to get Shaquille to make a mistake here. Shaquille's itchy to get going, but he's not had the pace on the ball to work with so far that I think he enjoys, especially at the start of his innings. So a really fascinating phase of the game. It's Cook to Shaquille. Again, good pace. Back of pace. Keel chops it down. They'll scramble through for a single. Raghu saying he lives in South Karnataka. And temperature there doesn't get quite as hot, but they can still go up to 38 or 40 degrees. Other parts can reach up to 50 degrees. So that is hot. Imran reaches, no pace on the ball. Jeez, takes a piece of the fielder out there. Did well to block it. Was thrown back over the line. That's Sawari out there. Oh, this time he's going to dive over it. Sawari, well, he was able to stop one. He wasn't able to stop the next one as Shaquille watches on as it'll be a boundary for his team. End of the 15th over. And it's 147 for 4. Shaquille finishing the over with that kind of standing sweep. Cricket Kakita asking, how much will be enough? That's a good question. I think, I said earlier, I think Iceland would be moderately confident chasing kind of 140 to 160. Once you get 160 to 180, it's kind of beyond what they scored last year in general in the tournament. And then once you get above 180, it's getting pretty tough, I think, especially with the Poland players pretty adept on this surface and these conditions. As the sun comes out, good to see that. Here's Layaraja Virasamy. Simran clips this away, and the move back to pace already is proving quite a game changer. Maximo brings up the 150 for Poland as well. I think both these two, they just feel a lot more confident with pace on the ball. Beautifully timed off the pads from Simranjit Singh. Simran for Warsaw CC. They have a high score of 68 in the European Cricket Series last month. Not a bad player to come out at number 7. Comeback ball for Virasamy. Another full toss, this time on the pads, and that's going to be clipped away for another 4 runs. So Virasamy, he was the one that was able to get Majid Ali earlier on. That was after a tremendous opening assault from Majid. So Virasamy's shown he's able to come back. Were bowled that time, right in the block hole. Shaquille gets the strike back. It really didn't bounce. Played over the top of it. So Shaquille not really finding his stride yet. 13 off 9. Got him really well. Virasamy surgically removes the middle stump, and he's got two big fish as well, as his 2 wickets. Shaquille, unlucky for some 13. A few times just trying to hit across the ball in this innings. Look at where he's trying to hit that, and it's on middle stump. And if you weren't sure about it, go find the middle stump. Ended up halfway to the boundary. So that's showing a fair fight here. They have 6 wickets now. Poland 158 for 6. The end of Shaquille for 13, and Virasamy with 2 big poles. Now they got that chance, don't they, to roll through the bottom order. Usman Butt comes out at number 8. Another Warsaw Sultan, one of 6 in the squad. Had a pretty good series as well. The thing with the Sultans, a lot of them kept taking runs off each other, but Usman scored 162 runs, an average of 81, with a high score of 69 not out in that European cricket series. So I think he's a more than handy number 8. But Virasamy, he's a stump hunter. I like that about him. You miss, I hit kind of tactics. What do you think about the cartwheel? I'm a huge fan of the plastic stumps already. Here's Virasamy. Usman wastes no time. He's after the first one, and he clips it away in front of the square for 4 runs. That'll be the end of the over. So 162 for 6 after 16. Usman off to the races, but they do get the dangerous Shaquille in the over to Iceland. There's 4 overs to go now. So Jotun's coming back. Interesting that they didn't stick with Asif Ali. Would have held a reasonably good over. That would give you kind of a fast, slow finish, alternating your bowlers. He's over 17. Gets under the keeper, but they were kind of spooked off the run. Good comeback this. What's your best case? If you're Iceland here, maybe you can keep it. What's your best case is run through the last 4 wickets. Maybe keep them the 170s. All right, with Simran there. That's going to be a tough proposition as this one is smashed away for 4. Cuatro carreras. Jotun just getting a little bit short. I've already seen Simran's pretty comfortable. Swiping right. Not a lot of foot movement there, but he's well balanced at least. Johnny Heason, nice to see you in the chat as well. Dave's popping out, but should be back around 15 minutes at the end of the innings. Well, I'll probably be about the duration of the break. Despite a couple of rain showers forcing us off for a few minutes each. We're staying at 20 overs for now at least. Simran unloads on this one. It's right back to the line. Well handled out there by Bertha. Good running from these two. They get back for 2. Optimistic to wear the sunglasses out there, actually. Wearing on the back of his head right now, both that. But won't have too many periods of direct sunlight. This is the top performances on radius green. Expect that to take shape. Great slower ball. Jotun bowls that one well. Yeah. Rolling leg cutter. Completely bamboozled. Simran. This is the recent best bowling as well. Kruk Patel's on that list down the bottom. Also got Dunja Demic for Serbia versus Bulgaria. Simran snaps the hands on this one and puts it into the shed. Well, maximal time. This is the danger, isn't it? This Polish batting lineup, even with some of their stars not firing, there's still plenty of players that can make a difference. Pretty flat six, that one as well. $174. Poland would be very, very disappointed if they didn't make 2 minimum here. I think with Jotun, he's got to realise that Simran's been very, very good at anything that's bounced. You need to go full. You need to ask him a different question. So Yorker, either you could go Yorker anywhere from the stumps all the way to the outside of the kind of offside tram line, but that's where you're going to be looking to bowl the ball. You're going to have trouble if you're banging it in on length. Last ball, the 17th over. Much, much better. Jams it onto his foot in the end. So a good finish to the over for Jotun. But he got burnt a couple of times along the way. End of the 17th. It's 174 for 6. So 3 overs to go. So 3 overs to go. How high can Poland climb? Poland, by the way, a few interesting facts about Poland. Of course, it's my first time here. Poland actually has one of Europe's oldest constitutions. It's a constitution that goes back to 1791. It's considered the first modern written constitution in Europe, and it's the second in the world after the United States of America. So Simran gets ready to face Dushan Bandara, who's come back once again. He bowled the first over. That over that went for 26, but came back well. Then he went for 4 in his second. Hustling through here. They'll definitely get 2 on the fumble from Jotun. It was Majid Ali that started with an unbelievable assault on the Icelandic skipper. Dushan came back once. Majid was out the picture. Does get that natural angle across the right hander. That's a good piece of bowling. I suppose this angle makes it a bit tougher for Simran to turn on the ball and to get that ball to mid-wicket. So It's asking him the question, are you able to hit the ball over the offside? The short answer is not. He steps across and tries to smash that one over mid-wicket as well. Sometimes it's choosing the right shot for the ball bowled at you, and I think Bandara is showing all of his experience here. Just the crime is getting too straight to Simran, who's trying to manufacture something, not confident in his ability to go over cover or through cover. And I suppose he doesn't need to when he hits it like that. Gets a bit too close to him. Maximal. But look at the way it's a strong bottom hand. It takes over, and he's able to get this one over long on for 6. Again, look at it. Skip step across, trying to make more balls leg sideable. Maybe over leg sideable. See, I actually prefer that to getting too straight to Simran. It'll cost you 1, but the wider the better, really, as long as it's not actually a wide. Poland up in the 180s. Runs to chase down. All right, it's up in the air. Catchable. Oh, what a take. Oh, it's an unbelievable catch. Oh, well, Asma Sawari has taken that behind himself, beside himself. Bandara will have his first wicket of the tournament in extraordinary circumstances. And again, asks the right question. Not super confident going over the offside. But what about that? And it's another VIP bit of camera work as well from Vipul. But look at when he actually takes it. I don't think his eyes are looking anymore. He's just hoping for the best. It was up periscope from Sawari. And a classic catch. Definitely the catch of the tournament so far to finish the 18th over. Poland 184 for 7. End of Simran for 33. That was an amazing catch. Almost like a praying mantis. Extending the long limb. Yeah, Dave called it. It is a jalebi catch. What about the camera work as well from Mr. VIP? Robot liked that one as well. Saved you a couple of runs. They probably would have got 2 that had been dropped. We're back to Akshay Jotin. 19th over. It all happens in the 19th. Oh, wow. He's bowled him. First ball. That's an extraordinary one. It hit so low on the stump. Unless it was bottom edged, I think it's got to be a legal ball. Oh, and he's crouched a bit. It's an interesting one. I don't think that's above the waist, given that he's crouched down, but it's not far away. I feel it might have just taken something on the way through. I mean, from this angle, it's almost impossible to judge. But I think the fact that he's crouching almost gives away his benefit of the doubt. Didn't play that one too well at all. So, Jotin with his second wicket. Usman Butt out for 5. 184 for 8. As it's Shoaib Ahmed coming out to bat at number 10. Still a chance to go bang bang and knock out Poland in the 180s here. Iceland have shown a lot of resilience so far through this first innings. Yeah, what's your call on that last dismissal? Obviously, the side on camera would have made it a lot easier. But you also need the reference point of where he was standing up. I feel, especially in T20 cricket, it has to be over the waist. Whereas in our European Cricket Series T10, we say at the waist or above. So the bowlers have a little bit more margin. Also, some people would say, you know, the object in cricket is to hit the stumps. They've hit stumps by any means necessary. It's fine. Good slow ball from Jotun. Don't think Shoaib knew too much about that. One thing about the Iceland innings, though, they're going to have to start well, lest that required rate get out of control. And they're going to need that kind of 10 and over. That's the rate that Poland are going at right now. Bails off at the bowler's end now. Obviously, they weren't complying in this strong wind. A bowl by Jotun. It's a funny one. If Iceland had not suffered a couple of these big assaults, then it could be very different. It could be more like 140 they'd be chasing. But just think about that first over of 26. Very good slower ball. Dominic not picking it. It's clever because he bowled one slower ball to Shoaib, which kind of bamboozled him. And then when Dominic got a strike, he bowled one to him because Dominic hadn't seen it yet. Probably goes back to pace on now. Does. Very good bowling from Jotun. Might want to have seen from him. He'll finish with 2 for 34. And with 1 over remaining, Poland 187 for 8. So, Dusan Bandara ready to bowl over number 20. Poland, they'll still hope they can sneak this up to the 200 mark. Joban Dominic. He's a player seen before in cricket series here and abroad. Come back for 2. That's good work. Scramble for every run here. Joban, who's facing up right now, is played before for Prague Spartans and also was the top fielder in the European Cricket Series in June. 3 catches and 2 run-outs. '80-20, you can see there, Iceland. What a fighting hope. They're going to have to bat really well. Pretty good shot from Joban. And that will go all the way. Maximal! Well, the 200 dream is still alive for Poland. Clears that front leg. Again, it's a slight miss from Bandara, who maybe got a little bit greedy, got a little bit too straight. If I was Dusan here, I'd probably look at going maybe around the wicket, roll my fingers on something. Or this angle, just to keep it well wide of the off stump with as little length as possible. 195 for Poland. It does get that width and swing and a miss. You can see Dominic, a little bit like Simran before him, really wanting that leg side and wanting to hit across the ball. And I think Bandara can exploit that. They're having a chat here about whether they're going to run or not if he misses it. Dominic will be saying, I don't plan on missing it. Sandip asking what will be the target. Well, hold tight, Sandip. There's only 2 balls to go. See for yourself. Better option from Dominic, but couldn't really get the power. They want 2 here. It's a risky one. Oh, geez. Very good running. Throw took an age to come in. Jobin goes full Superman. 197. Last ball to come. See the keeper, Fernando, was frustrated. That throw held up on the surface on the way in. So, everyone seatbelts on. Last ball of the first innings of the Euro T20 Cup. Coming right here. Slow ball, Dominic opens up the offside again. He'll want 2. Here is quick. He should get 2 on the fumble now. Here comes the throw. So Poland will finish 199 for 8. It'll be an even 200 target for Iceland, hoping to reach heights with the bat that they weren't able to last year. But they would have revenge on their mind. And tell you what, if they could get this 200, it would set the scene for a pretty interesting weekend. At Poland, 199 for 8, looking at their scorecard. It was Majid Ali that started in a rush. 26 off the first over. He would end up making 32 off just 9 balls faced. Charanjit Mohan looked good for 35 before he was out off the bowling of David Cook. Khizr Ali looked good himself, particularly jabbing away off the back foot before he was stumped for 47 off the bowling of David Cook once again. 33 from Simranjit Singh was a handy innings down the order. And a couple didn't fire. One of them was Fahad Shakil, who went for just 13. And Rahul Sharma, Ais Shaikh, also batters that weren't able to make too much of an impact. Bowling-wise, well, 2 wickets apiece to David Cook, Virasamy and Akshay Jotin. Singles for Dushan Bandara and Keenan Botha. Asif Ali probably should have had a wicket, but ended up just bowling the 1 over for 10. We'll take a break. We'll be back in around about, I'm going to say, 15 minutes' time with the second innings, with Iceland requiring 200 for the win in the first of 2 matches today. It's opening day of the Euro T20 Cup. Many sound of you, Mr. Maximo. Back shortly with more cricket right here on the European Cricket Network.
European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back wherever you're watching from around the world to Poland and the Euro T20 Cup. First of 3 days happening today on Peacock Friday with 4 nations here all fighting it out for the trophy. Poland, the hosts, have made 199 in their first innings of the tournament after winning the toss and electing to bat. And so now Iceland will be attempting 200 for victory. It's I suppose a challenging target to say the least. I was looking up kind of big chases and there haven't been too many of them in the last couple of years. Go back to 2024, there was only one successful chase in that entire tournament. And that was just a target of 82 when Poland chased that against Lithuania. And then in last year's tournament, again, only 4 successful chases out of 10 matches. The highest chase was Latvia, who actually chased 177 versus Poland. So Poland have made 176 and lost before. They never made 199 and lost. It's going to be Rahul Sharma to open the bowling. Iceland need to have a good start. They've got their keeper out there, Chumley Fernando, opening up the very experienced Derek Denarine. And bowling will be Rahul Sharma, who took 6 wickets in the June European Cricket Series on this ground at Stade Babitsa. Shake, rattle and roll, 200 to win. It's a good start from Sharma, right up in the block hole. Sharma also took 4 for 25 in the Euro T20 Cup 2024 final against Latvia. You can see there our previous Poland event winners on ECN, of course. Just the one tournament that we've had on ECN. Great to welcome Poland into the ECN family. Goes for the same ball, but it comes out as a full toss and Fernando's away. Just had to lay a bat on that and time it. It raced away before. So one thing I think is pretty clear for me, looking at the Iceland batting lineup compared to the Polish batting lineup, is that Iceland don't quite have the depth, but they still have quality, I think, particularly in this top order. So for them to win, I think that they need somebody, or ideally a couple of people in that top 4 to make some pretty big scores between 50 and 100 or potentially more. That's, I think, the only way realistically you're going to be able to get near this 200. It's high. It's the leading edge. Pops up. It's very close to a no ball. Just pulled in. Don't exactly leg it out. I'd like to see this again. How high was this? Maybe just dropping at last moment. That's probably a good call from the umpires, but Fernando was lucky to survive there. And then just pulling it back was nice shake. 2 runs scored. Fernando keeps the strike. This time, Sharma bangs it in and beats Fernando outside the off stump. Welcome back to all of our viewers as well. Great to have you with us. I'm always pretty excited when I get to go to a venue I haven't been to before, and I'm loving the atmosphere. It's part of a multi-sport complex here at Stade Babitsa. Rinses and repeats this time. Sharma beats Fernando on the cut. So to go at 10 and over, you kind of need that second boundary in the over. One's generally not enough to stay with the rate. So they have the 1-4 in the over and the 2, but nothing else. I think Sharma is gone length. I think he's going at the stumps this time, probably fuller. Yep. I think it might have just been going down the leg side. Could see my mind reading skills are still tip top. That'll be the end of the first over. Pretty good one from Rahul Sharma, and Iceland are 6 without loss. Going on with the angle there. Missing leg stump fairly comfortably, I think. Hello to Terry Richmond. Good to see you in the chat. Hopefully you're well. Watching all the way from Australia. Dave, reminding everyone to hit that like button if you haven't already and subscribe to the channel. So we have these two teams as well as Latvia and Lithuania in the Euro T20 Cup this year. And what I really like about these four teams, and it kind of augurs well for the tournament, that last year, 3 of these teams got 3 wins and 1 of the teams got 2 out of their 4 games, which shows you that we're going to have some competitive matches. Shoaib Ahmed ready to bowl as T20I, lefty, to face up for the first time. Iceland didn't play in 2024, but they did play last year. And like I said, they won their first 3 games before going down to Poland in match 9, which ultimately cost them the trophy. Oh, gets a long way across here. Question of where this pitch is. Very hard to see from this angle. Definitely seemed like a good shout. Umpire's in the best position. Maybe a little bit high as well. T20I actually scored the top score of last year's tournament. Scored 83 on 55 balls against Latvia. So he's a guy that gets in, he can go on with it. That's exactly the kind of innings that they would need from him in this situation if they're going to come anywhere close to this 200 chase. Good running there. They hustle through. Just be a single. Fernando, it's his first look at Shoaib Ahmed. Another swing and a miss outside the off stump. Third time Fernando has not connected with that kind of delivery. Fourth time. It shows the importance of discipline and being able to hit your spots. Obviously, Fernando's struggling a little bit with that particular delivery, not really adjusting to the bounce in the pitch. Shoaib good enough to keep putting it there. This time it's a fraction full. He's able to get some bat on it, but the field's well placed there. So only a single, end of the over, just the 2 off it. Good one from Shoaib Ahmed. And Iceland 8 without loss after 2. So it's kind of just not really good enough to preserve wickets in this situation. I mean, you're already 12 runs behind where you want to be. So I certainly want to make the most, particularly the next 4 overs when the power play is in effect. Chalmers back and starts with a good ball. Keeping Fernando quiet, 7 off 10 now. that one boundary in the innings. It was Fernando who clipped Sharma away to the leg side boundary, a full toss. Gets beaten again, this time off the front foot. Again, you've got to give credit to the bowler. Puts it in a dangerous zone. Fernando scored 28 off 37 yesterday. Batted for almost an hour. That was in the practice match versus Poland A, but it's got to be a little bit concerning. Hasn't been able to go at the kind of pace required, particularly in this kind of a chase. In the end, he played a bit of a role. Batted through the first 12 overs and had those other people going well around him, like Jotun, who scored 40 off 23, but don't want to put pressure on your middle order players. You don't want them to be out of the contest by the time they arrive. Ryan gets it up towards the hands. And quick to run through for a single. Fraction short, up in the air and gone. Fernando has never really got going. Sharma tried him out with the shortest delivery. And it was a simple catch that ballooned out to the man just in front of square. Chamley out for 8, and Sharma with the first wicket of this Euro T20 Cup. Well caught as well. Shoaib Ahmed taking the catch, and Iceland now 10 for 1, early trouble. I suppose that's the concern for Fernando. He's kind of batted through basically half the power play for 8 runs, 1 boundary. Already made that 200 play more like a 220 target as the new batter comes to the crease, Asif Ali. Sharma mixed up his length so far. Fernando seemed to be a little bit bothered by the bounce of this deck. Sprang up at him a few times. I think with Ali here, doesn't have too long to stick around. I think that'll be the end of the over. So 3 overs down, and Iceland 10 for 1. So the 2 matches today, part of the Euro T20 Cup, 3 tomorrow, and then 2 on Sunday, including the final. And obviously the final is played between the top 2 teams in the standings at the end of match 6, once all the teams have played each other. Shoaib, fresh off the catch, is going to bowl over number 4. He went for 2 in his first. Doing a right on strike. Jarek has a good technique. It's pretty clear. Drives that one down the ground. I also mentioned he had the highest score, individual score of last year's tournament with 83 not out. Funny, last year there weren't any centuries, although in 2024. There were 3 centuries scored during the tournament. Oh, that's in the air. That could be trouble. It's going to be another one. And Asivali has to make the long walk back. Again, short of a length. And once again, an Icelandic batter just not quite coming to terms with the bounce being generated by these opening bowlers. There's Wiki. Matching the Icelandic blue, actually, as well. But it's not the start that Iceland wanted. They're 11 for 2 in the 4th over. Again, wasn't in a great position to play this shot. Sheikh takes the catch, never really moves the feet. Probably a ball that would have been easier to cut than pull. And off the top edge of the bat. Fairly simple catch for Mars. Prowling round from his right. New batter is Akshay Jyotin. He top scored in the practice match yesterday. 40 of 23. Iceland posted 158 against Poland A in that game. A bowled. Attacking the stumps first up. Got to say, I'm loving the gold pads and gold helmet from Akshay Jyotin. I think bowled pretty well. Yeah, Iceland scored 158 yesterday in that practice match. Poland A chased it down at the very last ball. Getting a 6 to win it, actually. I suppose a bit concerning. Scored 158 against Poland A, and now you're trying to chase 200 against the principal Polish team. Fraction short. Tries to pull this, but doesn't beat the fielder. Wanamak Hizarali. Wasn't he good in the first innings as well? Ended up top scoring for Poland. 47 before he got stumped. Fraction short, straight pull. That will beat the field, and that'll run away for Jyotin's first boundary. Well, here's a bit of a great hope for them. This partnership seems really key. You've got Deanna Ryan, who scored the highest individual score of last year's tournament. You've got Jyotin, who was the top scorer yesterday. Can they put together a ton plus here and give their team a shot? It's the first boundary since the second ball of the innings. It breaks a streak of 20 balls without a boundary. A fraction short, wasn't it? But Jyotin able to flat bat it down the ground. Now on the front foot driving. Takes on the fielder. That was a tight one, but they get away with it. End of the over, and Iceland 16 for 2. Jyotin looking busy early on. Dave asking, Vinny, are there 4 or 3 teams? Well, Dave, I can tell you there are 4 teams. And you'll see all 4 today with these 2 playing right now, and then Latvia and Lithuania in the second match, which is due to start at 3 o'clock local time. So that's 1 p.m. GMT, 3 o'clock in Central Europe, and 6:30 in India. Or it's 2 p.m. if you're in the UK. Both those teams had some wins last year as well, Latvia and Lithuania. So looking forward to seeing them. Sharma get a third over here. Likes that shot, doesn't he, Jyotin? Once again, he's going to slap this one down the ground. He will get another 4 runs despite the best efforts of the fielder. So, just a fraction short, maybe not as much zip on that one from Rahul Sharma. Jyotin's able to square him up down the ground. Comeback ball for Rahul. He tries to go short. Gantz in the air. Ah, well, Will run away. Definitely didn't get all that, Jotun, but he's living dangerously. It's probably the way he has to live, though, in this innings. That one did take off a little bit more. But yeah, fraction on the short side. Wasn't really short enough to be a genuine bouncer. It wasn't really full enough to force it. It fell short. Back-to-back boundaries. Johnson off to a flyer. Just what Iceland needed in this situation as well after a tough start where they lost 2 wickets. Better ball. Much better ball. Jotun carefully watches it. And I suppose you start thinking, I mean, I know it's not much to go on, but if you go on yesterday's performance and today's performance, maybe Jotun's batting too low at 4. Chamley's burnt 13 balls for 8. That's a nice shot off the front foot this time. Jotun slaps it through cover point for 4 more. I think starting to roll Iceland's way. 4 carreras. Well balanced. It's kind of catchable height, but it wasn't near anybody. Even with the deep point back there, Usman Butt had absolutely no chance to cut that one off. So 3 boundaries in the over. Still 2 to come. Only saying Vinny sounds like an alien now and then. Maybe some audio stuff? I don't think my voice has changed. But anyway, as long as you're getting most of what I'm saying. Tell me what ball it was. I'll go and listen back to it later. Come back from Sharma. That was a bit quicker and seam back. Sharma's into his 3rd over. I feel like they'll probably make a change. They want him to have 1 over up his sleeve. Last ball of the 5th. Good contest this at the moment. Jotun wins the over with 3 boundaries. I suppose Sharma would say, well, there were 3 dots there in there as well. End of the 5th, and Iceland 28 for 2. Last over of the power play coming up. Sticking with Shoaib Ahmed. So bowling openers out in the power play. Oh, there's the Rico copter. Rico was here for that first ever European cricket series in Poland about a month ago. Jotun has got the hot hand right now, facing Shoaib Ahmed. It's this well as well through covers. That's going to be 4 more. Really good shot, this one. Stays over the drive as well, so never any danger to this shot. This little front foot step made it even better. In a perfect position to play it. This one's a little bit too wide. Will be called. All right, Johnny went and had a listen back. And yeah, I did hear that. Strange. Maybe a bit of alien interference. Was it during the Polish series or was it in Bulgaria recently where it was World UFO Day? We've already seen it. I suppose it's an IFO. We saw a helicopter, which is an identifiable flying object. Not as exciting. Shob runs in, forgets what he has to do, so we'll try again. Liking the headband from Shob Ahmed, by the way. Again, not that short, but he's able to get it away to the leg side. And that will dribble over the line as well. So another boundary, despite the best efforts of Charanjit Mohan. It's a risky one because that's probably stump high. So if you miss that and it's straight, you could be in some trouble. But he likes to play that pull shot to balls that other batters wouldn't. Akshay Jotin. This is the recent centuries. Wonder if we might have a name or two from this tournament on that list by the end of the weekend. No centuries last year in this Euro Cup. We're at 3 of them in 2024. Jotin's batted sensibly so far. Getting a lot of encouragement from his teammates as well. Like I said, this is a key partnership. Ryan's hardly had the strike. He's going to be facing now, but he's faced 6 balls out of 33 in the opening. But I suppose he doesn't have to do much if Jotin's up and going already, which he is. The Iceland bench. Ryan goes straight and goes handsomely down the ground. Well, that'll get him going. Here's Derek. 4 carreras. What a shot. Very well balanced when he plays this shot. And he knows there's green pastures ahead as long as he beats the bowler. Wishing he had a bit more of the strike if he's hitting him that well. His first boundary of the Euro T20 Cup. Comeback ball. Last ball to power play from Shoaib. And Ryan happy to pat it back, and that's the end of the power play. So 43 for 2 after 6 for the first innings. Poland at this stage was 74 for 2. Had the benefit of that lightning beginning. In fact, they were 70 after just 5 overs. To 5 overs here. Iceland were just 28. Couldn't really get more different. We'll head into the middle overs now. The field can go back. Up to 5 fielders allowed from this point forward. So one of our cameras has just decided to go to sleep, so we're going to get that fixed up. But right now, we've got VIP cam. So we'll get Charanjit Mohan. I know we've lost our pictures for a second, but don't worry because I'll talk you through it. First ball is wide of the off stump and called wide. At least you've got the score up there, and we've got Lucky running around making sure that we get the cameras back. Here's Mohan, tosses this one up almost comically. And Jotin punches it away to deep cover point for a single. So we'll get a bit of radio style here. Welcome to ECN Radio. I suppose we do get away with not having to call absolutely everything because The pictures often tell the story. But yeah, we're working hard. And yes, I'm sure the comments are coming in. No picture, but don't worry. We'll get on that as soon as possible. Meanwhile, here to tell you what's going on is Deanna Ryan faces up the left-hander. Mohan beats him outside the off stump. Another well-flighted delivery. Attempted cut from Deanna Ryan. Came up with fresh air. And again, this one is flighted. Once again, attempted pull shot from Deanna Ryan, but he was so early through it, it came off the very Q end of the bat. Popped back down the pitch. Mohan coming off a pretty good European cricket series himself, where he took 6 wickets for his club, Warsaw CC. He's in again, he gets driven down the ground, but only a single. Warsaw, of course, topping Group B, making it through to the final where they went down to the Sultans. Sultans far and away the best team in that tournament. In fact, they have 6 representatives in this Euro T20 Cup. Single brings the right-handed Jotun back on strike. 2 to come in the over. He's a wily customer though, Charanjit. Into the right-handed Jotun. Goes back and punches, doesn't beat the fielder at backward point. And a wild throw. Well, that is wild. It went all the way to the other side of the field, and the batters will go for an overthrow. It was good fielding, but quickly degenerated into bad fielding. So an unusual single. The Jotun brings Deanna Ryan back on strike. Last ball of the over. Another short, slow delivery. This time Deanna Ryan rocks onto the back foot and puts it over the backward square leg region for 4 to finish the over. And Mohan ends up going for 8, and at the end of 7 overs, it's 51 for 2. .50 coming up in 7 overs for Iceland. That required rate, 11.5 and over. And even at this stage, you need to start looking at that as a target. You can't afford to have too many really low overs, kind of less than run a ball overs, because that run rate can get out of control very quickly. You can see Iceland at one point, they were down 3% chance. Now they're up at 7%. But I think this partnership, as I said when they first came together, is absolutely vital. They seem to get on top of Mohan in that over. Having said that, 8 off it, still 3.5 less than the asking rate. Glad you can hear me. Hopefully I'm not sounding too much like a Darth Vader. And here comes Fahad Shakil. He's a weapon with the bat and the ball. Didn't really fire with the bat today, Fahad. Got Jotun on strike on 28. First one. Hello, welcome back, and sorry for that unexpected break, but good news is it seems that I think the issue's been sorted. The score here is 64 for 2 after 9 overs. And partnership continuing to blossom between Akshay Jyotin and Deanna Ryan. Tenth overtime. It's an outrageous appeal. He's given him. Well, of course he has. Well, this will be an interesting one to see on the replay. It's a right arm around the wicket. I'm not straight on, but it just seems like the angles. Geometrists in the future will be trying to work out this one. He's right arm around, short of a length. Bat is not going anywhere. I'll have to check. My screen's still getting fixed up, so let me have a look at it. I mean, the appeal had everything, including a bit of a hip and shoulder on the non-striker. It looks high, I will say that. We don't really ever see the angle that the ball's traveling because we're not looking straight on. But it did hit him above the pad. It hit him above the pad, and he's a tall guy, Shaquille. And about the 7th or 8th time he asked the question, it got given. But I think that they've withdrawn the appeal. This is good sportsmanship in the end, I think, from we feel perhaps the appeal was a little bit excessive and might have influenced the umpire's decision, which I suppose is the point of appealing in the first place. But Deanna Ryan's going to be able to continue. So, my drama, and probably a bad time for me to not be able to see my screen for the replay. But yeah, let us know your thoughts. And whenever they say you have to walk off, this is kind of the equivalent of Trump pulling the Uno reverse card on FIFA, saying, you're saying that's out, but I would like to have the whole process reviewed. Anyway, Shaquille might have had a wicket, didn't. It'll be a dot. So you've seen the DRS. Here you've got the ARS, which is the ask and review system. I'll leave it to you to work out what that acronym sounds like. Anyway, Jyotin, he's been motoring along, 36 off 24. Such a key partnership, and look at the rate they need to go at now. 135 off 64. Not going to be easy. Can't afford too many more dot balls. I will say that at the end of the day, I think that was the right decision. I don't think it was going to hit the stumps. But I think Shaquille had the umpire questioning his own perceptions. It wasn't, and I'm just talking about height. That's not to say as well that he was right arm around the wicket, which makes it pretty tough if he's not moving the ball stump to stump, which he isn't. Quite difficult for that ball to pitch, impact in line, and to be going on to hit the stumps. But see, Jyotin's just been quietened a little bit by Shaquille. It's a good one-on-one battle, two form players going head to head. Goes after this to Jyotin, and he's going to get enough bat in it to get it to fly. It'll be 4 carreras, 4 runs off the bat. Makes it 5 off the over, but still a very good over for Poland. Over with a controversial moment in it as well. End of the 10th, and the score 69 for 2. That leaves basically 131 off 10 overs, so 13 and over required. Now's the time you've just got to start saying, we need 13 and over. We need 13 this over. Can't be satisfied with, 3 or 4 or 5 in an over and saying, well done, good over. You need to take risks to get these runs. There's a slight shower, sweeps across the ground. Hopefully it's only a slight one. It doesn't force us off the field. Players did come off twice during that first innings. Pretty strong wind from the left to right of your screen. That's been blowing the weather in and out. And I think it's getting heavier, not lighter, put it that way. 10 overs into this chase. I wonder if we're even going to get this over going. I don't think we are. I think the players are coming off. They can see the big black cloud overhead. And so Iceland 69 for 2. No doubt then, in the Duckworth-Lewis, they're behind. I can do a calculation and tell you how much they're behind, but we are now at the point where they have completed a recognised game here, so there will be a result in this game. So right now they're 20 behind on the DLS. So it's no surprise there as well, because obviously they're behind in the game. So if we weren't to get back on, it would be a win to Poland. But I will say, just like before, this is the same sort of a shower. Most likely scenarios is it will sweep in, it'll sweep out, and we'll be able to get going with the game. So what we will do here, we'll pause and take a quick break, just reminding you of the situation of the game. Iceland requiring 200 for victory. They're 69 for 2 after 10 overs. The wickets lost so far. Chamberlain Fernando went for 8 off 13 and Asif Ali for a 2-ball duck. But Deon Ryan 19 not out and Jotun 40 not out for Iceland, giving them a fighting chance. But they'll have to do something extraordinary from here to get them all the way over the target. Let's not forget, even if they don't pull off the 200 chase, to get as close as possible is very important, because net run rate actually decided this trophy last year. And so, yeah, they'd want to make as many as possible, Iceland, regardless of the result. Wickets for Rahul Sharma and Shoaib Ahmed so far. Fahad Shakil almost had one, got overturned. And he has 2 overs, none for 6. We'll take a break. Back soon, hopefully with some more cricket. Vinny Sandahu, Mr. Maximo for ECN. See you shortly, hopefully live with more action in Poland. You're watching the Euro T20 Cup.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, folks, and welcome back. And I do have some good news for you that we are getting back underway. And I can tell you that the game has now been reduced to 17 overs, so a loss of 3 overs. And the target has been adjusted to 173. So that basically leaves Iceland with a now or never situation. They need 104 off 7 overs at a run rate of more or less 15 and over. So I suppose it just forces their hand a little bit. Again, well done to everyone to get us back on playing so quickly after what was quite a vicious shower. I suppose if you could choose 2 batters to be there for Iceland, it would be these 2 with Dina Ryan and Jotun building a decent partnership. The other thing is now you've got you've got 2 bowlers that can bowl there 4, but that's it. Everyone else is limited to 3 overs. I know we have lost our main camera, but I'll take you through it as we get ready. It's going to be Hizar Ali to bowl as well for the first time. Dina Ryan pushes into the offside and they take a single. So yeah, apologies. We're trying to get that camera back, but of course we had quite a lot of rain, and with the equipment there, does require it to be fairly dry. So 70 on the board, 103 off 41. Jotun started well. He was a top scorer yesterday in the practice match as well. Here's a rally. Get set. Back up and running. Well done. It's been a huge effort at the ground. To keep everything working as well as possible. Dicey weather this weekend. Luck of the draw. I don't think they've lost too many matches to rain ever here in Poland. Dina Ryan tied up for room. Works it to square leg again. Only a single. That's the thing for Iceland. Even if they don't quite make it all the way to this target of 173, they should try and get as close as possible. It was net run rate that decided the trophy last year with a 3-way tie between Poland, Iceland, and Latvia. Hizar Ali in. Jotun wants to get on with it. Chops it into the pitch and over. The keeper squirts away for just a single down to fine leg. So no boundaries as yet. I think they do go to the 5th bowler, Hizar Ali, for the first time. Yeah, 2 bowlers can bowl 4 overs, and 3 bowlers maximum 3. Because we have lost 3 overs from the original 20. Nice shot by Dina Ryan. He lifts it up handsomely, and it will go all the way. Maximal, badly needed. Badly needed. 6 to the good for Iceland. Makes it 11 off the over, and you can see what I mean. You just lift a couple out of the park, and there's your 15 in the over. 11 off this over with the ball to go. It's a really nice shot from Derek. Mentioned he's got a very nice technique, especially on that front foot. Beautiful swing of the bat. As off the backward point region here, expecting something a bit shorter. Doesn't really get it. Well, bit of hesitation here. So be out of his hits, and he does hit. He's gone. Well, it had to be out. Surely that ball hit the stumps. Keeper was nowhere near it. And I think the umpire isn't so sure this ball's hit the stumps at all. Well, I'd love to know. Remember, the base is part of the stumps. So the umpire must have ruled that he doesn't think the ball's hit the stumps. He was at least 2 steps out. about match number 1 between Poland and Iceland. And unfortunately, due to that last rain shower, the rest of that game has been washed out with Iceland 12.1 overs into what was then reduced to a 17-over game, 97 for 3. And in the end, they will go down by just, I think it was 15 runs on DLS. So yeah, it's a shame for that. But what we are doing, we're working on a few things technically, trying to get the commentary back up. Next game, at this stage at least, is due to start on time in 25 minutes. It'll be Latvia versus Lithuania. So stay tuned. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Back with more Cricket Live, hopefully for you at home, live from Poland. You're watching the Euro T20 Cup.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back, Jen Dobry, and we are back for match number 2. Sorry about slight delay, but the weather hasn't always been too kind to us today, but we are going to start match 2. And the news from the toss, Latvia winning the toss and bowling, so Lithuania will be batting first in the second and final match of the day. For both these two teams, they had some success last year, with Latvia tying for the trophy 3-1, but they just got done on net run rate by Poland. But certainly they're a side that have done very well in the last couple of years. Made it all the way to the final in 2024, where they went down to the home side once again. But yeah, 3-1 record last year. And Latvia, their only loss was to Iceland last year. They actually beat Poland. It's the only loss that Poland have suffered in the last couple of editions of the Euro T20 Cup. Lithuania, they went 2-2 last year, and for them, obviously, it's a bit of a challenge to come up against these sides. And the bad news is that we've had a shower hit before the very first ball, so I'm not even going to get through my introduction, unfortunately. But Lithuania, I should say, 1-3 last year. The only one was over Ukraine. So, yeah, that's a bit of a shame. And I will say, because we did have a 15-minute delay to the start of this game, there is a chance now that we are now looking at reducing the overs. But just some players to mention for Lithuania. They're led by Renuka Mahavadevapa, and they'll have Jagadith Maduru behind the stumps. Watch out for Afan Alahizahir, who's a pretty handy player and has performed well in the past. For Latvia, led by Ishan Kashyap, a very experienced player. He'll be leading the side. Urvish Patel behind the stumps. But looking at Latvia as well, look at some of the players that maybe aren't here from previous years. And I wonder if that will affect things at all. For example, Harsh Chow, and he was very, very good last year for Latvia, with 82 not out, the highest score for an individual and the second highest in the series. But they do have some players there that I think can make a bit of an impact. Rex Silvera, he scored a half century of his own last year, 65 against Ukraine. And then they've also got some handy hitting in their keeper, Urvish Patel, who scored 73 not out in this exact fixture last year. So we're going to take a break here on the European Cricket Network, back hopefully with some cricket on the field. A rain delay with the score at none for none off none, but I can tell you Latvia winning the toss and bowling in match number 2, Lithuania to open up, hopefully when we return to Poland. And Stadi Babic for more cricket action. You're watching ECN, and this is the Euro T20 Cup.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, welcome back. Great to have you with us as we get ready for match number 2, hopefully for the second time and the first time, because we always had to start about 7 minutes ago, but we weren't able to start because a shower swept across the ground. It's been that kind of a day. A strong northwesterly breeze, which has been blowing the weather in and blowing the weather out. But we're almost ready to get going with Latvia winning the toss in match number 2 and electing to bowl. Now, both these teams, of course, were part of the Euro T20 last year. I've got to say that all of the teams, all 4 teams, you've got to hand it to them. You've got some of the hardiest cricketers on planet Earth up here in Northern Europe with the conditions they have to endure. And it's only the real heavy stuff they won't play in. If there's a bit of light drizzle, they will just keep going. So Lithuania with the bat and looking at their lineup, well, they are going to miss Harish Kumar Parasuraman, who was brilliant last year, but they do have Afan Ilahiza here in the lineup. He scored back-to-back 50s last year against Ukraine and then Poland. But yeah, for them, I do think they start kind of underdogs. Their only win was against Ukraine last year, and they lost to the other 3 teams that they will meet this week. Lithuania, though, the year before, were able to grab 1 win in that tournament as well. That was against Montenegro. But, I mean, that's the thing. Lithuania, they've never beaten any of the 3 teams that you see here in the modern era of the Euro T20 Cup starting in 2024. For Latvia, though, obviously, they will have ambitions of lifting the trophy for the first time, having gone pretty close over the last couple of years, losing out just on net run rate last year. Looks like Mohammad Khan is going to open the bowling for them. But for Latvia, obviously, they've got some handy players. Rex Silvera is one that I mentioned earlier. Anyway, here we go with the start of match 2. And it is here opening up for Lithuania as I expected. Mohammad Khan gets driven through the offside for a couple. We're off and going. All good, buddy. So here, off the mark with a couple. Now, wants to get after it, lifts this one up in the air. Tight one, but they will get through for a single. That'll bring the lefty on strike, Abhijit Bakshi. Again, he's a guy who's done some pretty good things with the ball. Last year took 4 for 13 in the opener, but right now he's got a job to do with the bat. Left-hand, right-hand combination. When you have a real opportunity here to jump on the start. Here's Mohammad Khan. Tucked away nicely, Bakshi's away. 6 over power play, of course. Only 2 outfielders allowed in the outfield during that power play. After the 6 over mark, you're allowed 5 of your 9 available fielders. Of course, 11 on your team, 9 out in the field. You have the wicket keeper behind the stumps, kind of like the catcher in baseball. And of course, you've got the bowler. There's your 11 players. Pitch Tupser here, tries to drive the thick inside edge away for a single. Both these 2 looking busy early, no boundaries yet, but no dot balls either. It's a good sign. Really don't want to be bogged down, especially in the power play. So break in the weather. And this game does stay 20 overs. I don't think it will stay 20 overs if there's any more interruptions. Also, I've got to say happy Peacock Friday to everyone. Hope you're wearing your interesting and colourful shirt today. Bakshi, nice looking drive down the ground, beats the mid-off. That'll test the outfield. It will just trickle over the line. So 4 runs for Bakshi. Really nice looking shot. Just leaned on that one down the ground. Really took a step to make that a bit more drivable as well. Oh. This one hit through the offside. It will run away, and it'll be another boundary. So Bakshi goes back to back. And a good finish to a very productive first over for Lithuania. Normally, you do find some of these teams that haven't had too much success, they are relying on a couple of players up the order. But as far as what we've seen so far from Lithuania, looking the goods, but it's very early days at the end of the first over. It's 13 without loss. Good start from Sukhvinder as well. They're here. Once again on the action. Well bowled though. Good zip through. Well, that rain will do, slightly slicken up the surface as well. Might just seem like it's coming through a little bit quicker. I don't know if that's actually necessarily true, but it might not kind of grip into the pitch as much with that slight dampness on the surface. Pretty well bowled once again, but Zahir is able to push this to the leg side. That's going to be 4. Nice shot. Wasn't the worst ball. Kind of challenging the stumps there was Sukhvinder Singh. And the handy boundary. Punch down the ground this time. Zahir beats mid off, and that's going to be another 4. So despite the rain, this field's still rolling really, really quickly. This has turned into a really good start. Lithuania got a point to prove. It's very well executed off drive. It was in perfect position at the high elbow. Punched it straight into the ground. Dave's asking about the boundary. Well, the boundary is probably similar to what we saw in the European Cricket Series, so not quite the 65 metres. This ground isn't big enough to have it that big. I will also emphasise this is an unofficial T20 international. In the air and gone. Simple as that. That one did slide on to Zahir. It was late on the pull, and it was a pretty simple return catch as far as return catches come for Sukhvinder Singh. So Zahir was just getting going back-to-back boundaries, but now he finds himself walking back as the first wicket falls. No foot movement there, just kind of through the hands, hoping to pull it to the leg side, but he was late, and that's why instead of going to the leg side, it just patted fairly easily back to the bowler. And so the first wicket falls in match number 2. It's a handy one for the Latvians. Zahir out for 12. It's 21 for 1. Good reward for Sukhvinder for persistence. Did go to the boundary a couple of times, but he's also been lively in his first over. Let's look at some of the upcoming events, including our next European Cricket Series in Switzerland again, in Cossonay. Looking forward to that one. Is Ishant Singh. So good start against the new batter from Sukhvinder Singh. Into the over. 21 for 1. Successful over ultimately from Sukhvinder. Mohammad Khan ready to continue. Bakshi's looked good so far, though. Like he has good technique. Yeah, so all the 4 countries you see in this Euro T20 Cup, at the moment, they're not in the ICC framework. But like I said, I think all the cricket lovers in all these countries would love to break into it at some stage, but it's not as simple as just walking in the door of the ICC headquarters. There are some criteria you have to sort out before you can get into that system. Bakshi, really nice looking shot, but finds the fielder. Lithuania, 24%. I think if Bakshi gets going, he can get them higher than that. Dave's asked, has anyone scored a goal yet? Don't think so, not yet. There's a few goals around the ground. Got him. Bakshi just loses his head. He went walkabout, and it wasn't a good shot. He'd made a good start, but off stump is out of the ground as Mohammad Khan that has the breakthrough, and both openers back in the shed. And I think here you can see Lithuania, they've got potential, but this is where you cross the line from aggression into recklessness. And Bakshi heads in the sky, and it's time for him to fly. 2 wickets down, and it's 21 for 2. Won't look back fondly on that shot. The difference there, he walked before and drove down the ground. He got a ball that was kind of the length he wanted, and he hit it with technique. That time, he went walkabout, and when he didn't get the ball he wanted, he turned it into a bit of a slog, really. And I've got to say, the more I see these plastic stumps, the more I'm coming around to them. I mean, I don't know if I'd want to be a wicket keeper, but yeah, they're flying all over the place. Cartwheel Central. New batter looks like Jagadish Madhu, the keeper. Prashant Chitra actually is the new batter. Oh, I think he hits his own pad there. Umpire makes a good call. Says, not out. He hits his pad flat. It's a really good replay. Lucky, you need a raise. He just flicks the back pad there. Chases a wide one. Umpire says that's okay. Here's Khan. Work to wait. Chitra will get off the mark at the 3rd attempt. Good ball, that one from Mohammad Khan. Kind of losing that front side and gets beaten outside the off stump. See that? That left leg went outside the leg stump. But anyway, we'll take us to the end of the over. So 22 for 2 after 3, halfway through this power play in match 2. Another good ball. A ball, fairly good areas so far. These two openers, Sukhvinder Singh, again, finding that kind of corridor of uncertainty. Well, that one really took off from Sukhvinder. Just seems to be getting something out of this pitch. Yeah, Phil, talking about stump composition, talking about metal stumps at school. I know the exact ones you're talking about. That unmistakable clang. Made off length again, Chitra works it away. He's found it hard to get going so far. Deep third, one of the two outfielders. Kroom enjoyed the stump going walkabout. I don't think Batter enjoyed it so much, Bakshi. Swing and a miss this time. Again, back to that simple area. It is a simple game sometimes. Ah, the good delivery. So Lithuania just lost those 2 wickets, just kind of hitting a bit of a speed hump here. This time drives off the front foot. That'll get all the way to the boundary. So just what the doctor ordered for Ishant. He'll get a boundary to finish the over. And at the end of 4, it's 27 for 2. Here comes Mohammed Khan to bowl third over. Good start. Try to straighten that down the line, which isn't easy with the wind. Well, it has died down a bit, but typically it's been left to right on your screen today. In the air and gone. Thick outside edge, and Mohammed Khan's got 2. And it's going to be a short stay in the end for Ishant. That 4 last ball he faced last over. This time it was a searching delivery once again. Just a good area to bowl. Wasn't easy to drive. Again, he comes forward, loses that front side a little bit, and a pretty good catch taken down below knee level. And that's Siddhant Singhal who will take the catch. So, nice catch in the gully, basically, which will make it 3 down now. Lithuania 28 for 3. So captain trusting Mohammed Khan with the third over, and he's delivered. New batter is Nishanth Ramaswamy. It's like he means business. Faces up now. Nicely played, though. Confident push to get off the mark. Chitra watched a carnage at the other end, but he set himself a bit of a base here. Moves up to 4 off 8 balls. Phil G saying trouble brewing for Lithuania. Ramaswamy tucks it to leg. Run all the way to the boundary. We'll pick up 2. Of course, Latvia and Lithuania, well, they have played in this Euro T20 Cup before. It's the first time we've seen them as a national side on ECN, so that's very exciting for us. So we've had a Latvian crew from 2 circles that we worked with over many years at ECN in our previous few years. And I say, wonderful, wonderful people. Nicely driven by Ramaswamy. He got a wide half volley there, but he'll have to settle for 1. And so it'll take us to the end of the 5th over, and Lithuania being sent in match 2. They're 33 for 3. Their territory of modern Latvia was inhabited by Baltic tribes, but from the 1200s came under strong German influence after Crusading Knights conquered, Christianized much of the region. So Riga, founded in 1201, developed into a important trading port connecting Russia and Northern Europe. And like a fair bit of Europe, Latvia's had different ages where they've been controlled by different rulers, if you like. But Latvia finally declared independence on the 18th of November 1918, shortly after the First World War. Opens the face here, Ramaswamy. Probably should have looked for 2 there. Wasn't too interested. Happy with the single. And of course, Latvia then fell under the Soviet rule between the years of 1940 and 1990, becoming fully independent again in 1991. So hello to all our Latvian viewers. I know that cricket is developing there. I've seen some pictures. I've heard some good things about cricket in Latvia. They bowled both their openers 3 overs each, the Latvians. And one big festival there is Midsummer, which was just a couple of weeks ago. I was in Sweden for Midsummer, actually. But the Festival of Jani, celebrated around 23rd to 24th June, features bonfires, flower and oak-leafed crowns, singing, beer and caraway cheese. Arguably more culturally important than New Year's Eve. Weather'd be better. Ramaswamy takes a walk and almost creates a run out as Chitra had overcommitted at the non-striker's end. At Lithuania, they've got a pretty rich history themselves, as you would imagine. Lithuania actually at one point formed a close union with Poland, eventually creating the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which was one of Europe's largest political entities in the 16th and 17th centuries. We talked about that constitution before from 1791, which is commonly described as one of Europe's first modern written national constitutions and probably the second in the world after the USA. But Lithuania, obviously, cricket developing, but Basketball's huge there. And they've got a very good international record in basketball for a relatively small country. Ramaswamy punches this off the back foot. Finds the fielder though, so again settling for a single. And Lithuania's a pretty flat country as well. But both countries have a wonderful history. Obviously, a fairly turbulent history as well. But we're really excited to see them as part of the cricket world and hopefully onto bigger and better things in the years ahead. Last ball of the power play. Chitra pushes off the back foot, just be a single. So Lithuania fired a few early shots, but then kind of got shot down themselves, losing 3 wickets in the power play. And at the end of 6 overs, it's 37 for 3. Yeah, but both countries, despite the obvious similarity, they both start with L. But yeah, they've endured a fair bit. Yeah, endured occupation, deportation, and forced Soviet rule. But both have strongly preserved their identities through their own culture, their language, their songs, their religion, their folk traditions. And yeah, if you go back in your history books around the late 80s and early 90s, it was a time of change, but also unity in these regions in these countries that had quite a lot in common. For example, the Baltic Way in 1989, when around 2 million people joined hands across Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia in a human chain stretching roughly 600 kilometers, demanding their freedom. Happy to say that did transpire in the period that followed. All right, Abby Davidson is going to have a ball now. I've got a feeling they might make a double change here. So this is an important phase of the game because these two, Chitra and Ramaswamy, now they've kind of seen off the openers, but they're going to have to be productive against the third and fourth bowlers here from Latvia. Here's Davidson. Oh, little nick, is it? Umpire says yes, and it's time for Chitra to go. So Davidson wastes no time, striking with his very first ball. A regulation catch for Urvish Patel behind the stumps. And Lithuania fall further behind in this game, 37 for 4. The perfect start for Abby. Disappointment there for Chitra. Again, check it out. It'll kind of shuffle towards the ball, but just gets done by a bit more bounce. And it's not the first time that we've seen that today. Chamley Fernando for Iceland in the last game missed a lot of balls out there early. I suppose it's slightly harder ball as well. So disappointment for Chitra. And he has to go at 37 for 4. New batter is Akhil Punatil. So Johnny said he'd gone all the way back. He was watching the 2021 Malta series. Oh, I do remember that series, Johnny. In fact, you were watching the one maybe from July? Because we had 2 series that year. We had the July series, which was about 40 degrees. And we also had a series to finish the year at the end of November, start of December. Which one are you watching? Are you watching the infamous one in 2021 where Gozo got bowled out for 6? That was in the 2021 Malta series. So Davidson changes as good as a holiday. Most different bowler we've seen. Until batting 6 for Lithuania. Probably won't put his nerves at ease just yet. In Lithuania, without Harish Parasuraman, really led their batting over the last couple of series. Someone to step up. Right now, they're in a tough spot. They'll waste no time at all and drives this one pretty aggressively down the ground. Just a single as Rajput does the fielding. Phil G remembers both those series well, the Maltese series. That's a great thing to do if there is no ECN cricket, like we didn't have any cricket the last 4 days. Go on, watch some series back and experience it like the first time. I just remember that July series was so hot, probably among the hottest days I've done. Finals day, I think, was about 42 degrees. I was in the suit, of course. Ramaswamy. And look at Davidson. Oh, in the air, almost goes to hand. That would have been a tough catch. He kind of plays with this, though. He kind of opens the face and doesn't really try to keep it down. Geez, it's a great effort. Would have been a contender for the catch of the series. Gets hands on it, but it just gets away. Applauded by his bowler. But Davidson might have had two. Oh, that didn't bounce at all. I don't know how it missed the leg stump. I said just crept over, maybe missed to the right, but put it to pretty lucky to survive. I think it'll be a bye. Oh, wow. That really was a coat of, well, I would say varnish, but I don't know what the outer layer of these plastic stumps are. But a layer of polyurethane perhaps was the difference between survival and dismissal for Akil. Good ball this time. Bites away. This pitch is doing a little bit. And good toss to win for Latvia. Feet not really going until it was too late. Latvia would sense an opportunity to really roll through Lithuania here. And let's not forget, it was net run rate that decided the series last year. So if you get an opportunity to crush a team, then you want to take it. Margins matter. And away leg side, no run here either. Pretty good over, just 2 runs, a bye and a wicket in the 7th. And Lithuania 40 for 4. Yeah, Johnny, looking back at the Malta Series 2021 that he's been watching this week, Rico had long hair then. Yeah, long hair Rico, no beard. Or baby Rico, as some people called him, the baby Rico era. Doesn't Rico do a great job, though? He's come a long way in the last few years. And don't worry, Rico will be back. He's just got like a 3-week summer break, but then he'll be on deck in Hornchurch when that series gets started later this month on the 27th of July. So around about 2 weeks away. Double change then, and this looks like Iswajit Mahapatra going to bowl over number 8. So like no let up at the moment. So last year, Lithuania only had the 1 win. That was against Ukraine, who were winless in the series. But Poland, Latvia, and Iceland each took a game off each other. Poland lost to Latvia, Latvia lost to Iceland, I should say, and Iceland lost to Poland. So that's why all of those 3 finished on the same record of 3-1. It was the margins that mattered. It was Poland that ended up on top. Mahapatra, warm-up ball to get him going, punched away for a single. We're out of the power play now. It's up to 5 outfielders can be employed. This point forward. Key for Mahapatra. He's got to pitch up and invite Ramaswamy to come onto the front foot. Hopefully surprise him with a little bit of nibble, a little bit of extra bounce. I like that length. It's going to be called a wide, but it's the right length to bowl, I think. Swami, 7 off 10. She to get going. Doesn't have a boundary yet. going to be called a wide as well. But again, I like that he's going full here. Probably your best chance of a mistake. And also just keeping things tight. Yeah, Malta 2021, that takes me right back. In the air, driven pretty well though by Ramaswamy. Nice looking technique he's got. Does just open the face, which probably means he's a bit of a risk of an outside edge or, yeah, fine little nick through the keeper. But you got to take some risks in this game to find a way to up the rate, up the ante. And Thiel seen enough and wants to get after the bowling. This is that front side again. I mean by that is that step forward, which it's good to get a step forward, but sometimes if you step goes outside the leg stump, puts you in an awkward position to play those balls outside the off stump like that. Now he tries to guide one away, misses out again. So right now Latvia well on top. Like I said, they'll feel it's their time to go one up. Runners up the last 2 years. Never won the Euro T20. As the keeper decides it's time to knock a stump out of the ground. Close to a little edge. No real interest from the man behind the stumps. It's daylight between bat and ball. Now we've seen the cartwheel backwards. The front and the backwards cartwheel. More genuine edge. Probably straight to second slip, but in this case, it'll be straight to the fence. 4 badly needed runs for Lithuania. Panathil gets a little bit lucky. You make your own luck, as they say in the classics. And at the end of 8 overs, Lithuania 48 for 4. So, Abby Davidson struck with his first ball. His first over. Here's the first ball of his second over, bowling to Nishant Ramaswamy. Pretty good one too. It's a tough one for Lithuania because I can understand they don't want to lose more wickets. They need to find a way to kind of punch back, but playing more aggressive strokes also comes with an element of risk. Good area once again from Davidson. It really all starts with the bowlers. When bowlers have got it right today, the batters have rarely had an answer. So it's not like a situation where there's nothing in the pitch and the bowlers are basically powerless. They do have power, but when they've got it wrong, they've also gone for runs. It's been pretty clear. Really, bowler sets the tone. Get good area. Another throw at the stumps, ambitiously hoping the batter was fast asleep. But yeah, I think there's a lot of bowlers around Europe that can probably pay attention to the kind of spells we're seeing right now from the Latvians. Very little that's errant. haven't been straying down leg side wildly. Bowling within themselves as well, not trying to bowl too fast. I think that's important as well. Difficult area to get away. Field kind of choking the batters as well. 4 balls that haven't been scored of and a potential maiden here in the ninth. So it's kind of the last thing you want. If you're a Lithuanian fan. Again, very good over this from Davidson. They just cannot get him away. Got 1 for 2 off 11 balls bowled. And I mentioned after the 6th over, we came out of the power play. It was really important for the first and change bowlers for Latvia to keep the standards that had been set by the openers, Mohammad Khan and Sukhvinder Singh. So far, they have done that. Haven't let Lithuania get away. Leans on this. Won't get a run here either. So a maiden over, sensational over from Abby Davidson. Now Lithuania stuck in the quicksand at the moment. 48 for 4 after 9. We'll get some spin now for the first time. Looks like it'll be Siddhant Singhal. Took a good catch earlier. He's going to bowl over number 10. Keeper's going to don the helmet. Six dot balls in a row. Lithuania. Another question is, what kind of score is the minimum that they think they can defend? If you go back to last year when these two teams met, Latvia put 220 on the board against Lithuania. Ruvish Patel with 73 not out. Harsh Charm with another half century. No Harsh in the side this time around. Lithuania scored 134 in response. Start from Singhal. So I suppose one of the concerns for Lithuania was they went for a lot more runs than the other teams that we're seeing in this year's tournament. Quite a lot more. Punatil's had enough. He goes after it. Has he had enough to get over the fielder? Oh, it does. Does find a pocket of space. Pretty lucky moment there for Punatil. Watch on the replay. Fielder got hands to it, but down it went. Very lucky moment for Lithuania. Swept away, and that will run away for 4. It's a nice shot. Singhal just losing the line of that ball down the leg side. Ramaswamy did the rest. Lithuania fighting on. I mentioned Lithuania went for so many more runs than other teams last year. Poland went for an average of 127 per 20 overs. Latvia 138. Iceland 131. Lithuania 190. They were going for big runs, and Latvia, they were scoring big runs. In fact, they averaged more runs than anyone else in the competition last year, averaging 206 with the stick, ahead of Poland 204, Lithuania 151, and then Iceland 146. But yeah, it's pretty interesting. With of the 4 teams here back this year, so excluding Ukraine that were part of the competition last year, but they struggled. Iceland scored the least runs, but also conceded the second least. So that's what made them competitive, Iceland. They're bowling. Lithuania, like I said, it'll be an open question whether they can find the answers with the ball to keep some of these other teams quiet. And they do have someone like Abhijit Bakshi, who's taken a forfeit in the competition. Did that against Iceland last year. But it's going to be tough. I think they do come in as underdogs, but seeing underdogs can spring surprises many, many times. But we've got another ball that needs replacing. And the weather for now, it's pretty mild. The wind seems to have died down. Barely moving those flags in the background, you can see. It was a 2 for the price of 1 sale, no? They've taken out the... Don't put the old one back in there, because you don't want to choose that in a later game. So that's a souvenir for one lucky spectator. Single Ramaswamy just swept him for a 4. Another good-looking sweep this time, and that's going to fire away. That's going to trouble the scorers. Cuatro carreras, really well-hit sweep from Ramaswamy. Officials 10. Don't know if they're having a siesta this time of day. I know that a couple of our viewers said they might be having a little bit of a nap soon. Half your luck. I think Singal's pretty clear. Got to get outside off. You can't bowl into that sweep zone. I suppose you could bowl on the stumps and hope you get lucky, hope he misses one, but geez, he hit 2 of them really, really well. Put the deep backward square leg. Back now. It was lodged in his pad. And that'll chuck it back. Once the ball gets lodged in the pad, the ball is dead. It's lodged in the equipment of the batter. But the question was, is this going on to hit the stumps? I felt it was probably just going down the leg side. He got a good stride in as well, which creates doubt in the umpire's mind. There's still a lot of distance for that ball to travel. A quicker one, Ramaswamy punches away, finds the fielder though, so he sends back. Punathill, we're halfway through the first innings of match 2. After a slight delay getting underway, Lithuania started brightly, but they found it tough going as well, losing 4 wickets along the way. They're 57 for 4 after 10. So 11th over and Biswajit Mahapatra to bowl his second over. Went for 8 in the first. Keeper staying up. I think that makes sense. Wow, Punathill's had enough, and he's going to bring out the long handle. Maximo! That's a really, really good strike, and it's Lithuania's first 6 on this Euro T20 Cup. It's a bit of a step hit kind of length, and Punathill's seen enough. He's lived dangerously. That's by far his best shot so far. Technically a very good shot as well. Hitting straight, maximising his chances. Now he gets a bit carried away with his own success, and he runs down the pitch and tries to hoik it away. Been a couple that have gone pretty close to that leg stump. One even closer than that. Stays back in his crease this time. Geez, that could beat the fielder as well. It will. That's a very good shot from Punathill. Tries the revolutionary step of waiting to see where the ball is before he chooses his shot, and it pays off. Short and wide, and despite the best efforts of the fielder there, had enough to get to the boundary. And this field is a small field. I know it's a little bit slow with the rain we've had, but there is value all around the field. So shot selection is critically important. And you've seen the worst of it, but then the best of it there from Akil Punetel. Good effort, though, by the fielder. Now, ball that takes off a little bit and had the Latvians interested. Punetel kind of rides the bounce. These two have been together a while now. Remember, they came together and things weren't looking particularly good. At 37 for 4 after the first ball of the 7th over. Was Abby Davidson's first ball. They've put on 31 already. Now trying to get a little bit funkalicious as Ramaswamy doesn't really get it at all. Well, this was off. Maybe it was off the kind of splice of the bat, given one run. Some recent winners there, including Warsaw Sultans, you see, in the ECS Polish T10 Cup around about a month ago. But since then, we've had the Brussels Capital Warriors win in our ECS in Switzerland Invitational, Belgian side. Punetel opens his shoulders again, but this time he's found the fielder. He's dropped it, and he might be in trouble here. Oh, Mohammed Khan down there. I hope he's all right. It's gone over the boundary, but this one, it's a good old-fashioned Ford Falcon. And poor Mohammed Khan seemed to do everything right, but it just burst through his hands. Oh, yeah, that's no good at all. Takes on the left cheekbone. And he's going to have to get checked out down there. I didn't actually see if he went for 4 or 6. I was too concerned for Mohammed Khan. You can see umpires were pretty concerned as well. So Maximo Safasimo. It's not pleasant at all. I think Mohammed Khan's going to step off and just maybe get that checked out a little bit closely. He bowled really well earlier, 2 for 20 of his 3 overs, Mohammed Khan. He's a key player for Latvia. Let's hope it's nothing too serious. But yeah. A bat to head to Maximo job. Wasn't on my bingo card. Prabhan saying Lithuania are the underdogs in the tournament. I think that's probably fair based on previous performances, but I wouldn't say they're a long way behind the other teams. Punetel punching back. 6 to finish the 11th over, 75 for 4. But concerns for Mohammed Khan. Just misjudged that one slightly, whether it was through the hands or maybe just missing their hands. Bounced off his left side of his face. Ramaswamy reads the room and gets out the way. Punetel's been on fire, but let's see if he can conquer the spin of Singhal. Ramaswamy kind of won the battle with Singhal, the left-arm spinner, last over, and Punetel then won the battle with Mohapatra. But let's see when they swap ends whether they can still beat the bowlers. Punetel is going to be LBW. It was a bit of monkey see, monkey do. We saw Ramaswamy having success with the sweep shot. And he thought he'd try it out, but he hits right across the line here, and the umpire was satisfied that it was going to go on to hit the stumps. Check it out in the replay. Does hit him in the back leg. Don't think it's going over. So for the umpire, it's just a question of if he thinks that's going on to hit the stumps. Now, we're not on that straight down the line angle, so although our replay probably tells a different story, it's not what the umpire sees. It's not a very good view for LBW. So I trust that the umpire got that one right. Punetel, though, again, probably just went for a few too many shots again against a bowler he hadn't quite gotten on top of yet. But still a bright 24 for him. And he'll be the 5th wicket to fall, 76 for 5. The partnership is broken at 39. And Ramaswamy had played that sweep very, very well. But again, just looking at Punetel, he seemed a lot more comfortable hitting down the ground, hitting a bit more of a straight bat. Ran out of patience. Very first ball he faces in the over from Singal. New batter out there is the captain, Renu. Renuka Mahadevappa coming out at number 7. Never easy starting against spin either. Singal, the Lithuanian skipper, drifts down the leg side. Might have just taken some pad on the way down. Got him. Got him. And it's a similar kind of dismissal. This time it hits nothing but the leg stump, as it's going to be a duck to start the series for Renu. Singal just keeping it pretty simple. Sweep looks a lot easier than it is. And you're new to the crease, doesn't really get that back leg across to cover the line of the ball, at least force the umpire to make a decision. So trouble at the old mill for Lithuania, who've lost a 6-wicket. Now it's their captain that's walking back for a duck. It's 76 for 6. Disappointment there, but I mean, you can see where he's gone wrong. The funny thing here is Ramaswamy has played Singal so well, and all either of his batting partners there had to do was just push a single, play it with a straight back, get to the other end and say, look, back over to you. Sweeping is one of those shots that looks so easy, but it is a very difficult shot because by definition, you're playing across the line. You have to get that timing just right. You have to judge the height of the bounce just right as well. So Zahid Mushtaq will be the new batter coming out number 8. I'll say if we had the ECN clock on, we might have had a couple of new batters might have found themselves in a bit of trouble. Just ask Angelo Matthews. But anyway, 1 wicket dot wicket. What an over this is from Singal. It's got 2 for 10. Oh, that could be out as well. It is. That one definitely turns down the line, and Mushtaq gets caught plumb in front, hit him on the back knee roll, about a handspan in front of middle stump. The only question here is where it pitched, but it seems like it pitches in line. He's wide of the crease. I think that one is probably the easiest decision of the lot. We can never really tell where it pitches from this angle, but I can tell you it wasn't going over, it wasn't going under, it was going to crash into the stumps, and Mushtaq is going to make a first ball. It's a golden wiki, and that's 3 wickets in 4 balls for Singal, who's changed this game, and it's all because Ramaswamy pushed a single instead of hitting a boundary the first ball of the over. Sliding doors moment. 76 for 7 and a hat-trick opportunity. We've been a little bit short of hat-tricks this year on ECN. We have had 6 hat-tricks. The last time we saw one was Birendra Kumar in the European Cricket Series in Prague. And that was all the way back in May. It was actually on the 20th of May. So that's quite a while ago. Chance for Singal to take an international hat-trick here. New batter coming out is Jagadish Madhu, the keeper. Hat-trick ball. Oh, and he's choked. Loses that one down the leg side. Still get another crack at Maduru. I think that everyone in the Lithuanian camp was pretty relieved to see that one sailing down the leg side. Still has to negotiate this last ball of the 12th over. Wicker 1. Maduru plays it out. End of a memorable over 3 for 2 in the over for Singhal. Still got 2 overs to bowl. Now it's the slot machine, 77 for 7 after 12 overs. Have a look at the pitch map there on your right. You can see how focused they've been on what I would call good areas. There's just the odd ball that hasn't been in that zone, which is kind of 16, 17, 15 and 8. So not too short, but, pitching on or about the off stump, asking the right questions. And to be honest, Lithuania haven't really had too many answers. Sometimes they've been the worst enemy, I think, playing some shots they wouldn't be too proud of. But also, I think you've got to give credit to the bowlers for building that pressure and putting Lithuania in difficult situations. And let's not forget, Lithuania actually had a pretty good start. They had, kind of flying. They were 21 without loss off the first 10 balls of the innings. Then the first wicket fell and kind of unravelled. Bit of a counterpunch came through the 10th and 11th overs, but then quietened by Singhal with 3 wickets in the 12th. Sahan Gadara is the bowler for Latvia. So I think they've seen spin's been pretty effective, and they're going to go to another spin option. Bit of extra bounce there for Gadara. Oh, Patra got taken down. His last over in the 11th went for 18. Wants a single here, but it was never really on. Duru looking to get off the mark. Latvia, good with the bat last year, like I said. They scored. Got him. That's 8 down. This one keeps down a little bit, but again, you look at Madura, he's trying to hit across this one and just technically not quite able to deal with this delivery. And really at the moment, Ishan Kashyap, the Latvian skipper, pulling all the right strings, isn't he? Goes to his other left arm spinner. And Maduru is going to have to walk off for yet another duck. And it's 8 out now, 78 for 8. Definitely didn't bounce as much as the batter thought. But technically, trying to work that to the leg side was going to make it even tougher. So 78 for 8 now. So Latvia last year, they scored 151 in their first game, and they successfully chased 177. They ended up with 180 in 19, then 262 and 220 to finish the series. That 220 was against Lithuania. So Latvia have shown that they've got some big hitters. Having said that, slightly different makeup of the team this year. But the way it's looking, they won't be chasing too many. Back Lithuania, they'd be hard-pressed to even score 100 from here. The vice-captain, Isaac Solomon, coming out at number 10. But yeah, Gadara just got to keep getting it right. Pitch on the stumps, turn it down the line. It also probably makes Lithuania a little bit shy of playing too many shots. Poor Ramaswamy, his innings was just getting going, but now he's seen 4 wickets go down at the other end in next to no time at all. The collapse of 4 for 2 in 9 balls. Disastrous stuff. So, Gadara, brilliant over. And it's 78 for 8 after 13. So, look who's back. Singhal. Nice shot though from Ramaswamy. I suppose now you're in the position where, as a fielding captain, Ramaswamy is a set batter and recognised batter, but you're pretty happy for him to take a single and now kind of bring the field in, try and choke the number 10 batter, Solomon. You have to negotiate. Tricky left arm spin. No ball called here. I think had one too many, or maybe it was a front foot, just motioning towards the front line there. So yeah, no ball called. Spinner, it's the Cardinals in, isn't it? A free hit. Well, Solomon can get after it, and he won't get it too far. Inside edges it onto his leg. Now, the free hit expired. Has to go back to a little bit of survival here, bit of ticky-taka. See, slightly different technique here from Solomon, who's satisfied, just keeping out those balls on the stumps. And it's probably a good strategy with over 6 overs to go and 8 wickets down. Not to get out. No ball called again. Must have more problems with that front line. So Solomon, well, good things come to those who wait. He's going to get another crack at a free hit. So he's blocked all those ones. Now he can try and horn one out of the ground. Freebie gets a piece of it, maybe not the whole thing. Gets him to the other end. Ramaswamy, seems like ages ago that he put on a bit of a sweep clinic against Singhal. 2 well-executed sweep shots back-to-back in the 10th over, but here we are in the 14th, and it feels like a completely different game. Mount took 3 wickets in his next over. Never looked back. Goes back to his favourite, gets a little scratch in it underneath. Should get 2 here. He will. So he takes us to the end of the 14th over. It's 84 for 8. A couple of unforced errors there from Singhal. Going to go back to Gadara. That makes sense. Left arm spin. We call it kind of the cheat code of cricket because they've got that ability to take the ball away from the right-hander after angling in. Also, finger spinners generally have better control than wrist spinners. And it doesn't take too much toll on your body. It's all the aces. No real negatives, I suppose, of being a left-arm spinner. Maybe you don't have the surprise factor of a wrong-in or anything like that, like a wrist spinner might. Here's a Gadara. Solomon is going to get a run here and get him off strike. The misfield that you'd want with the number 10 on strike. Again, as a bowling attack here, that viewer would be saying, right, we're 2 balls away from finishing this innings, getting back in the shed. Wow, Ramaswamy, he's drunk the sweep aid. He wants to get across and sweep almost everything now. Got a good eye. This is not an easy ball to catch up with. It was a very strange looking shot. But anyway, survives. Slid through a little bit quicker. Nice bowling by Gadara. Swami tries to hit through the offside and misses out. It's a little bit late on that one. Oh, no ball called. Another issue. Yeah, umpire's going to pains to say, look, here's the line. And we won't get a great look at it. But he obviously felt there was nothing behind the front line. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely motioning, saying front foot. It's a free hit, but it isn't hit from Ramaswamy. Another missed opportunity. It's almost like throwing a few crumbs to the pigeons at the moment. The front foot no ball's giving Lithuania a sense of agency. Really finding it tough going. Nice looking drive this time. Nishanth, but he'll only get a single. So Solomon will have to negotiate one more ball in the over. This is the extra ball created by the no ball. It's him in front. Umpire thinks it's going down the leg side. Not really coming back enough, but still another good over from Gadara. Got 1 for 4 of 2 overs bowled and 15 overs in Lithuania. Spluttering along at 87 for 8. Five overs to go again. Pretty clear roles in this partnership. Solomon's got to survive, maybe go after a real loose delivery if he gets one. Ramaswamy's got to take that lead batter role. Singhal to bowl out. Left arm spin's been very, very dangerous from Latvia. And I actually think it matches up pretty well against the big hitting Polish batters that they like a bit of pace on the ball. Guys like Majid Ali, for example. They find that little bit of variable bounce outside the off stump as well. The occasional one taking off, the occasional one slipping through. Very good piece of fielding down there to bring that back. So they'll only get 2. This time it isn't the sweep zone for Ramaswamy. He hits that well. Put the fielder back though. That's his job. Ramaswamy wanted to, but Solomon didn't think it was there. A risk of run out. Solomon wants a piece, but have to settle for 1. Now he's bowled a good spell. All 3 of those wickets in the 1 over. Wow, this one's gotten through. I don't know what this has come off, actually. Nothing. It's actually going to be 4 byes. And you see the keeper actually gets done by the lack of bounce there. Uvish Patel. 4 bonus runs, basically. 4 unhit runs for Lithuania as they creep towards the 100 mark. Long way off moments ago. Singhal finishes with figures of 3 for 21. Real game-changing spell from Sidan, the left-arm spinner. 4 overs remaining, all near a sofa. Lithuania, 95 for 8. Should see if they continue with Gadara. I think he's got 2 overs, 1 for 4. I wouldn't be making a change. I'd say not a lot of pace to work with. Solomon has played him well, but he hasn't really looked confident that he'll be able to score heavily off the left arm tweaker. Over 17. And lures him into the shots in the air, and it's been caught. Excellent use of flight. It's Shivam Rajput that takes the catch. And ended up with the ball in the breadbasket. Got that one up above the eye line. Solomon was drawn into it. Probably felt now's the time. Didn't quite get it as well as he hoped for. Gadara, I like the look of what he's delivering here. Again, put it in the right spot. He wasn't really able to keep it on the ground, so he decides to go in the air, but it wasn't like a huge, expansive swing. It wasn't like a Maximo swing, was it? He just kind of glides it, times it into the midriff of Shivam Rajput. And that's the 9th wicket, down 95 for 9. And maybe we're not so sure that they'll be reaching the 3 figures after all. Omar Mohammed, the number 11 comes out. Gadara, you can bet one thing, he's going at those 3 fluorescent poles in the ground. Close. If there were 4, this innings would probably be no more. It's almost like he has to just survive this over. It's all right, though. Get that one out okay. Erring a little bit on the full side that time, Gadara. What a great spell to follow up from the work of Siddhant Singhal, his left arm spin twin. Punched away. We'll take the single here. Oman gets to the other end. Now, tough situation for Ramaswamy. What does he do? Probably at this stage, you're not going to be playing a crazy shot. You're probably happy to try and tick it up. Gadara, clever bowling, takes all the air out of the ball. And Gracie says, go on, play a crazy shot. I dare you. Ramaswamy doesn't dare this time, as Oman will get the last ball of the over. I think it's Gadara's still got 1 over in him. He can bowl the 19th if the game goes that far. Well bowled, but well negotiated too by Noman Mohammed. Inning stays alive, even if Lithuania's chances have taken a dive. 17 overs down. It's 97 for 9. Good to have the sun out and bathing the players in sunshine. This is more like it. A game that had probably the earliest rain delay I've ever seen when the players actually got on the field, as we went off the field before a ball was bowled. But yeah, we got the sun back and happy for the break in the weather. So it's been a pretty drizzly day. There's been periods of quite heavy rain, but luckily those periods haven't lasted too long. Here's Mohapatra. Went the journey earlier on. Somehow wins his 3rd over ahead of Davidson, who took 1 for 2. He's got none for 26. Anyway, it's going to start with the ball that's going to be called a wide. Ramaswamy on 27. Misses out of this one. Gets called a wide, though. I don't think Mohapatra is thrilled with the call. 99 for 9 then. It's up in the air. Should be safe. We'll bring up the 100 and geez, pretty good bit of fielding. Looks like it was on roller skates there. And he was able to keep it to a single. So we do have the 100 up for Lithuania. Oh, edged into his own face. Could be out if he hits. Doesn't hit, doesn't pick it up. Oh well, run's a run. That's one face time each in this innings. Again, thank goodness that the helmet's being worn again. It's not mandatory because this is Wild West rules. But I'm happy that the number 11 was wearing the helmet there. In the air, that's going to get away as well. So handy late runs is another great effort in the field, but that's going to get under him. Cuatro carreras. So the switch back to pace. Rolling Lithuania's way, and Mahapatra, who did get taken down last over that he bowled, comes back as a bit of a confidence builder, maybe burgle the last wicket instead. As runs aplenty. This over's already gone for 8. And we're actually only halfway through it. But you know what champions do? They find a way back. Can he finish the innings right here and get the dangerous Ramaswamy? He goes for the Shoaib Akhtar short ball again, but it doesn't work out too well as Ramaswamy punches it away behind point. 4 more, and things starting to build. Maybe Lithuania starting to believe here. These two came together at 95 for 9. That was after they were 78 for 8 earlier. 100 seemed far off, but now they're looking at more. They're on the tightrope without a safety net, though. 1 wicket would end this innings. Again, just far too short from Mohapatra. Hasn't quite got it right. He's got none for 38 off 16 balls bowled in the innings. He's been the outlier, hasn't he? Now he's going to get wrapped, but he's going to get wrapped straight to the keeper. So I suppose the change does work in the end. They wanted the 10th wicket. They got it. As Mohapatra will get in the wicket takers after all. Get the idea there from Ramaswamy. He just didn't quite make enough contact. And so this innings will come to an end at 109. End of Nishanth Ramaswamy, who's caught behind by Urvish Patel for 36. So they leave 2.1 overs on the table. Lithuania recovers somewhat to be all out for 109. Ramaswamy, as I said, the top scorer with 36. Punetu looked good for 24 before he got a little bit carried away. It was LBW to Singhal, one of 3 wickets in that over. The only other batter to reach double figures was the opener, Afan Alahi Zahir. Bowling-wise, Singhal was a game changer. 3 wickets in one of his overs, finished with 3 for 21. Gadara also bowled really well, I thought, 2 for 6 off 3. Abby Davidson, for some reason, not brought back. I was surprised that he wasn't used in that last over, actually. He had 2 overs, 1 made and 1 for 2. Mohammed Khan with 2 wickets, but a bit of a scare for him as he took a ball in the face in the field. And Sukhvinder Singh, I thought, bowled pretty well at the opening, 1 for 17. So Lithuania, they fired a few shots early, but they lost their openers, never really recovered. A few fighting runs at the end of the innings sees them to 109. So 110 will be the victory target for Latvia. And based on their numbers last year, they might want to do it with time to spare. Can Lithuania fight and make a game of this? Find out after the break. Many sound of him, Mr. Maximo, in Poland for the European Cricket Network. And I'll see you the other side of this break with more Euro T20 Cup here on ECN.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by our official timing partner, Rado, and our official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Poland and our coverage of the Euro T20 Cup. Sun's out, which is good news. Not so good news for Lithuanian fans, as they were bowled out before the end of the 20 overs, 17.5 overs to be exact. Bowled out for 109. So Latvia getting ready to walk out there, needing 110 for the win. Any sound of him, Mr. Maximo? And it'll be a tough one for Lithuania, who out of these four teams at least conceded more runs than any other team in the competition last year. Big weekend of cricket, of course, with 7 T20 matches here in Poland as this Euro T20 Cup develops, culminating in the final on Sunday afternoon. But also we have Portuguese Liga Grizzly coming your way as well. Division 2 action tomorrow and Division 1 on Sunday with Phil G and Shoban taking you through all that action. So, yeah, Lithuania on average, they conceded 190 per 10 overs last year. It's the highest in the competition, excluding Ukraine, who were winless. Even the year before, they had some issues with defending, conceding 166 in what was a slightly lower scoring tournament on the whole. As Urvish Patel, I'm sure he'd like to make a good start to the tournament. Did a pretty good job behind the stumps, I thought. In fact, in this corresponding fixture last year, match 10 versus Lithuania, he scored 73 not out of 42 balls. Set up a big score of 220. Well, I need exactly half that. Hoping for a good power play and a cruise to victory. Zahid Mushtaq will be the opening bowler for Lithuania. The other batter out there with Urvish is Mohammed Khan. I'm really happy to see him out there. Let's not forget he left the field with that blow to the face, attempting a catch on the boundary, but he's obviously recovered well enough to bat. But he bowled pretty well as well, Mohammed Khan. Anyway, 110 to win is Mushtaq to get us going. And it's still an absolute shocker first up. It's a bean ball. It's a no ball plus a bye plus 4. That to go to the boundary. So the dreaded minimo to get us going. The starts go, that was unexpected, but also disastrous. 3 hit to come. That one is hit nicely. So the first ball is going to go for plenty. In fact, that's gone all the way to goal. Maximo at 11 off the first ball. That's a 10. That's 10% of the runs already. Yaxamundo. Now pushes away, and this could be another boundary. It will be. Oh, it's gone through a succession of big and little goals. We've got no ball plus 4 byes, then 4, then 4. They want to run hard here. We'll get 2. Actually going to get 3. So rollicking start this. Oh well, collect the whole bunch. We had a 1, 3, 4, 5, and a 6 in the first 5 balls. And that's going to fly past the keeper, and things not getting any better. It went so fast, Maduru with the gloves for Lithuania, but kind of lifted her hand up in hope, and the ball had already departed. Oh, Mushtak finding it tough going early on. This over has gone magical now. 23 off the over. Still last ball to go. Had everything but a 2. Let's see. Won't be changing the bat anytime soon. Seem to be going all right. Last ball the first. Driven, but only a single as Urvish gets off to a flyer. He's 18. 1 run to Mohammed Khan and 4 extras in the over. Make that 5 as at the end of the first. It's 24 without loss. Isaac Solomon will be bowling over number 2. Let's see if he can bring things back to normality. Johnny saying, Vinny, you could be back in your hotel very early. Well, it does happen from time to time. Sometimes the opposite happens as well. Urvish gets the strike once again. Watches this one go outside the off stump. Just sneaks in for a dot ball. Wide rate down around 4.5 and over now. That big start. Urvish is gone. What a good catch. Gee, that was a real stinger. And it's Afan Alahiza here that's taken it. Wow, that's a brilliant bit of fielding. That was right off the meat of the bat from Urvish. And well, let's not forget, Lithuania had a similar kind of start. Maybe not as disastrous for the bowlers, but a couple of wickets changed all that. And that's a very good catch and well captured as well by VIP Vipul as it fell into the hands of Afan Alahi here. And the first wicket falls 24 for 1. Maybe a window of opportunity for Latvia. Lithuania fighting back. New batter going out there is Siddhant Singhal. So Solomon strikes with just his second delivery. You feel to win, Lithuania would have to take all 10 Latvian wickets. Bit of extra stretching at the knees. Seen that before. Nice little bit of shape there from Solomon away. Singhal drives and slight fumble. He'll get off the mark, so a single. Turns the strike back to Mohammed Khan. So Solomon has to adjust to the left-hander now. Even through the offside. Think of two, but happy with one. Hello to Steve Cook, who's in the chat. Hi, Steve. Hopefully you're well. Saying afternoon, everyone. I'll be in lurker mode as it's a bit too hot for the brain to work, but I will say the stumps could do with being a bit brighter. Oh, they've certainly been a bright spot on what's been a bit of a grey day here in Warsaw. But if you like them now, just wait till they get hit. Singhal pushes and makes up his mind straight away to come through for a single. A bit of a mini rebuild, really, from Latvia after that early assault from Urvish Patel. It'll take us to the end of the over. So much better over for Lithuania. Bowled by Solomon. And Latvia 27 for 1 after 2. So Mushtaq pretty happy that Urvish is out of the picture. Singhal started pretty confidently in the number 3 position. Works him for a single first ball. Hello to Kroom. He's also in lurker mode. So I know we've got a few lurkers out there. I see the numbers. I know you're watching. Johnny's saying it's a bit of a risk to go back to Mushtaq, but I suppose the difference being that Urvish is out of the picture. But having said that, it was Mushtaq that kind of made his own bed by bowling the first ball into outer space, which kind of set the scene for what was a suboptimal over. It's a crack at the left-hander. Again, the control is not quite there. And it's probably a marked difference if you look at Latvia and how their opening bowlers bowled, even though they went for a few runs very early, but they really were able to hit their spots consistently. I think it makes all the difference. And we saw that in game 1 as well, when the right-arm seamers were able to find that corridor of uncertainty. The batters found it hard to come up with answers. This one, he will angle into Mohammed Khan and work it away for 4. So again, not quite getting the line right. Mohammed Khan had to be fast there getting their hands out front and helping it round the corner, but another 4 to the total. Remember here, Latvia, they're looking not just to win, but to win big. They would remember last year that they were so close to winning the trophy. They actually beat Poland, handing them their only loss ever in the 2024 and 25 era. But Latvia ended up losing on net run rate, and not losing by much. It was Poland plus 3.8, Latvia plus 3.4. Another similar ball, another similar shot, and another similar result. Cuatro carreras más. Mushtak, bit of goldfish memory there. Forgot what happened last time he tried to bang it in short of a length in towards the body of Mohammed Khan. Lefties, they'll eat that up for breakfast, lunch and tea. Another 4 as that one goes through the fence. I'm not quite sure how you get that one back. Yeah, so Latvia missed out on just by 0.4 of net run rate on the trophy last year. 0.45 really. But again, you need your wins to be big wins, and if you do lose, you don't want to lose by many. So a real opportunity here for them to go to the top of the ladder. Obviously, there's going to be big clashes coming up. Latvia listed to meet Poland in the middle game tomorrow, match 4. We have 3 matches tomorrow. We have final round robin match on Sunday, followed by the final. So 2-3-2, the way the games are split through Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Oh, another short ball. This time it's manipulated through the offside, and that's going to be 4. So I don't know about this round the wicket for Mushtaq. I think it might be time to try a different tack. This was probably a slightly better directed, short-ish ball, but well negotiated. Maybe a little bit risky. There was one fielder in that region, but he had absolutely no chance. And well, that's now we know how you get the ball from that part of the fence. Just army crawl style. Oh, it was mentioned in the chat that it was risky giving Mushtaq another over. Now, I think we've seen what's happened. Gone for 14 in this over. Last ball to come, he went for 24 in his first. Well, you could argue that's an improvement. Last ball of the third. Probably his best ball. And a tight one. Almost creates a run out, but Mohammed Khan survives. And Mushtaq, might be time for him to make way for someone else next time around, because Latvia are flying through the first half of this power play. 41 for 1 after 3. Happy Peacock Friday to everyone as well. Trying to keep everything working, so we haven't got the commentary camera on, but I can tell you that I'm wearing a marine-inspired, it's called Ahoy there, this shirt, and it's got a fair bit of beach stuff. And I thought, you're quite far from the beach here in Warsaw, so I'm going to bring a little bit of that brightness. Also knew that the forecast wasn't great. This is Solomon again. Pretty well in his first over. 1 for 3. Single to start the 4th. Brings Mohammed Khan back on strike. Knighted his innings in that last over with 3 boundaries. Well bowled by Solomon. Finds the gap through the offside there. Oh, another tight one. In the end, they'll have to settle for a single. It's time really for Lithuania. They've got to kind of throw their best shot at Latvia, see if they can trigger a collapse. Otherwise, these runs are going to be eaten up pretty quickly. You can see Mohammed Khan was keen for 2. Not so much from his partner, Siddhant. I think he might have copped this on the fingers, and it's his bowling hand as well. So he's dropped the ball and he's going up and saying, "Hey, are these what fingers are meant to look like?" And then you're going to get a clear yes or a no. He might not be able to finish this over. That'd be a big blow because Solomon is the successful wicket, or the wicket-taking bowler so far. Might be time for the magic spray to come out. That could be okay to continue. But yeah, they're nasty, those ones, especially if you get them on the end of the finger. Singhal had a fairly orthodox approach to the start of his innings. Happy to play with a fairly straight back. Knocks this into the offside for another single. Another chat with his captain now is Solomon. Still finding a lot of discomfort. He bowled one more ball after he copped off the end of the finger. Oh, well, that's a bit of machinery there. Any of you agriculture buffs in the chat, let me know exactly what we're dealing with. Long delay now, and yes, they've got to come make a decision. There's still 3 balls to go on this over. I think they're just going to try and bowl it out. Brave stuff from Solomon. He's going to keep going. No full toss. Mohammed Khan doesn't beat the field. List of some of the top bowlers in the last month on ECN. A bit of that is Portuguese League cricket. It's got Azam Khalil from Sweden playing for Anchor Sports in Swiss series. It's a very ECN sentence. Flies over deep third, and he's been caught. Well, what a piece of cricket. He went so hard at that, Mohammed Khan, and gets a fair bit of bat on it. Again, we'll have to see who took that catch. Long way from us, but that's Prashant Chitra down there. Have a look at this for a catch. Saw it very early and made ground, and Solomon, despite less than 10 straight fingers, has got another breakthrough. A great team play from Lithuania. They have another window of opportunity as Mohammed Khan, after a bright 15, has to go, and it's 44 for 2. So finally, Solomon's getting a bit of attention for that finger. Fair crowd that's gathered round. So this is what's going on right now. 22 doctors getting together, diagnosing the best way to deal with that knock on the finger from Solomon. Let's just say he wasn't handing out too many high fives after getting the thick outside edge from Mohammed Khan. All right, what are they going for? Well, the first counter magic spray wasn't enough. What's coming next? Just one to go in this over as well, and then probably go off and get some treatment. By Zach, the foreground. I suppose if he wasn't able to bowl this ball, it's not the end of the world. He could still come back and bowl again. But when you bowl a partial over, it counts as one of your overs. And Latvia have about 8 people on the field, despite the fact that they're batting. I'm not quite sure what this is about. So a little bit of a lull in play here. Gives me a chance to maybe we can look ahead to what you've got to choose from tomorrow with more action in the Portuguese league. So Phil G and Shoban will be taking you through all that. So tomorrow we'll see Brothers 11 taking on Awera Seconds in the first game of the day. And that starts a little bit before we get going here in EU Pack Friendship. First time we'll see them on the network taking on Lisbon Spartans, and BDCC Lisbon taking on Lisbon Kings 11 in another Lisbon derby. Sunday, up to Division 1 in Portugal with Marlo Werish, the old enemy, doing battle. They actually play each other in consecutive weeks. Gorka taking on Lisbon Supergiants, and then Lisbon Capitals versus Werewolves. Got to say, so far the food has been top class here. So big thanks to the folks at Buddha for looking after us. So let's see if Solomon is going to bowl this one ball. Then he can take all the time he likes. He can come off, he can spray it, he can blow on it. I think it's important. Yeah, got to get on with the game here. New batter out there is the captain of Latvia, Ishan Kashyap. Oh, this one takes off. Well, maybe they put too much magic spray on that. Gave him superpowers. End of the 4th over. It's 44 for 2. So Solomon, again, I'd be very surprised if he stays on the field if they're able to find a sub for him. Maybe, given the game situation, he's got 2 for 6 of his 2 overs. Probably not worth risking him again. But anyway, he's been a real fighter for Lithuania so far. Noman Mohammed is the new bowler. As another identifiable flying object, IFO. Noman starts with a pretty good delivery. Out, chases this one outside the off stump and carves it away behind point for 4. First real shot in anger from Siddhant. Gets a decent little step in with that front foot, gets him a little bit closer to the ball. And next thing you knew, it skated out of the ground. despite losing 2 wickets, that run rate's still very good for Latvia. Being at kind of 220 pace. Bit of a miss hit though from Singer. And speaking of that kind of pace, what's the kind of pace that they're able to go against Lithuania last year, the final match of the tournament? They didn't have an actual final last year. It was just round robin with an extra team in the final match. Match 10, Latvia 220 batting first, beat Lithuania 134. That'll bring up the 50 for Latvia in pretty quick time. Lithuania, I said, I think their only hope here is to take 8 wickets. Oh, is that one? It is one. And Singhal can't believe it. He thinks he's hit the ground. His neck is looking left and right. He's bewildered, but he's going to have to go. Umpire felt there was some bat in it. Could have been one of those ones where you hit the ground and there's a little outside edge. Umpire was satisfied. He turned his head round straight away. It's one of those ones the umpire is in the best position to make the decision. I suppose only the batter truly knows, but I've got to say, sometimes I've had the situation where I've hit the ground. If you hit the ground and the ball hits the edge at the same time, you don't actually feel it on the bat. But anyway, Latvia have a 3rd wicket now, and it's 50 for 3. New batter going out there is Rex Silvera. And he has a 50 in the Euro Cup T20 before. Scored 65 off 37 against Ukraine. Ukraine, by the way, they are previous winners of the trophy back in 2017. They did field a side last year, but they found it hard going, put it that way. One of the games, I think they bowled out for 20. The 50 comes up, but with consequences. Here's Rex. Oh, another one. Through to the keeper. And Rex almost goes the same way. He was on the walk there, walking across his crease. Suddenly, Lithuania have that glimmer of hope back. End of the 5th over. It's 50 for 3. Oh, here's Solomon coming to bowl another over. Let's hope he can get through it. Took that nasty blow on the end of the fingers, attempting a run out a couple of overs ago. Kashyap must be trying to make sure it's smooth sailing to the finish here for Latvia, who still want to do it as quickly as possible. Cautiously, that one outside the off stump. Solomon. To be 2 noises there. It's a funny one. I wonder if it did just flick the pad on the way through, and definitely bat. Maybe not. Probably the 2 noises. He flicks his back pad as the bat's coming through. Great camera work there, by the way, by VIP, and beautifully brought to you by Lucky, pushing the buttons next to me today. Also got Mr. Baywatch here, Alistair, as part of our mini blue crew. Been good to catch up with a couple of these guys I haven't seen in person recently. Everyone's been jetting off to different parts of Europe. Oh, keeps a bit low. Vera, have a nervous swipe towards the leg side. Let's hope the weather stays good over the weekend as well. We've had a nice break in it for this game. List of the recent centuries, including one last weekend called Parveen Singh for Punjab CC Amadora. Portugal. Never swings back and comfortably be called a wide. Oh, outside the off stump. Umpire says no. They were sure, weren't they? Lithuania across the left-hander. Long way away from his body. So if there is a noise, it's hard to see what it could have been. If it wasn't bat, umpire pretty quick to make the not out signal and say, no, I don't think so, guys. Still, game hanging. Bit of a knife's edge in this period. Last two balls, the power play, but it feels like it's the fielders that have the power. Played away behind point. Silvera will be happy to get off the mark. Solomon, last ball of his third over, last ball of the sixth coming up. Cash up the right-hander back on strike. Wow, in the air, Cash up hasn't got this at all. Fielders, they have to watch it though. Geez, that was unbelievable with the wind. In fact, it will go all the way, will it? Oh, it has. Well, Maximo, that's quite a remarkable bit of cricket because there's no doubt this hits him high on the bat, but it just kept on going, didn't it? And VIP was almost under attack. So the fielders were interested, and in the end, their only interest was finding the ball. Maximo to finish the power play, and Latvia 59 for 3. He was concerned, wasn't he? He takes off and he runs. Still lacks a fortune for Latvia. Rex, the lefty on strike. There's no man back for a second over. It's always a challenge, isn't it? Left-hand, right-hand combination. Can't afford too many extras though when you're only defending 109. Better ball. Still interesting for me that you're seeing right arm around to the left-hander when you've already seen Silvera play and miss to a ball that slid across him and go very close to being caught behind. So I wonder why you would be bowling around the wicket to the lefty. So far, it's a tactic that's backfired on most right-handers that have tried it to left-hand batters. Wow, that one took off. As that's going to be off the bat, and it's going to be 4 runs. It certainly woke up Maduri behind the stumps. Let's have a look at it. Just a bit too slow to get in position. The feet didn't really go anywhere. Before he knew it, it was past him, and that's 4 runs. Just missed opportunity. Did fly through, we'll say that. Mashup gets lucky. Hit straight down the ground. Won't carry to the fielder, though, to settle for it on the bounce. Oh, another edge. This time it's going to go for 4. So Rex finding it tough going here. Spirited fight from Lithuania in this second innings. You would say that. It's a genuine edge. It goes straight to second slip. And then straight to the boundary. Here's the slip. I always think it's funny. What if he actually gets a catch? The odds of him actually catching it at that pace. So Vera, scared straight, pushes into the offside and gets a single. The score continues to tick along. Just 39 required now for Latvia. Plenty of time to do it. Kashyap pushes, gets 1, comes back for 2. That's good running. He's shown the captain setting a good example. As 2 to finish the over, and after 7, Latvia still keeping that 10 plus and over, 73 for 3 after 7. I suppose Poland and Iceland, all eyes will be from them on this contest as well. Latvia setting a cracking pace, but they've also shown that they can struggle against good bowling. Nishant Ramaswamy is the new bowler. Batted pretty well. Left kind of holding the baby a little bit in the first innings of this match. Jen Dobry to you as well, John Gray. Good to see you in the chat. Happy to see you, and he's saying hello to me and, of course, all the wonderful European Cricket Network family. John, hope you're having a great day. Had an interesting day here. Weather's been a bit hot and cold, a bit wet and dry. Right now, we're watching Latvia 37 runs away from a victory in match 2 against Lithuania. We did see Poland win Duckworth Lewis in a shortened affair in match number 1, although Poland did bat their 20 overs. Iceland only got 12.1 in response. Here's Ramaswamy. Oh, probably no ball, isn't it? Has been called. Second time we've seen a bowler with a high full toss first up. That was about chest height. Good decision as well. You can see that's well above the waist. All right. Well, everyone get in the brace position because we're about to see a blowout. Kashyap didn't face it. He'll get the benefit of the free hit. Good comeback though from Ramaswamy, much better than his first offering at least. And again, they're running well. They'll get two where other teams today might have only got one. John said, celebrating Celestine getting her A-levels and Eugenie getting her GCSEs today. Congratulations, John. You must be very proud. Plenty to celebrate. I'm celebrating calling 4 new countries that I haven't called before. Another full toss. Trouble with a capital T. It's Kashyap. We'll pound this one over the ropes. Maximo. Ramaswamy's got 22 yards of pitch to deal with. He better get to know it soon. Otherwise, this game could be over in a hurry. I know ball to start the over, then the 2, then the Maximo. That's better ball from Ramaswamy, sliding that one across the right-hander. But yeah, for Lithuania, again, I have an interest in making this game go as long as possible. Don't really see there being a way back for them from here. Kashyap, nice looking drive. Again, runs well. He wants 2. He's going to get 2. Oh, well. Rex was in trouble. Ajab, it's come. A few words I know. My Punjabi grandmother calling me when I was a naughty boy. It's in the end, Kashyap will settle for 2. That's down the leg side. Maybe just a little bit of pad on the way through, so it won't be called a wide. Ramaswamy just finding his feet. He's not the only bowler, by the way, to take a bit of time to settle in. That one's hit straight, and it's hit long and strong. And it's going to be another Maximo to finish the over. So Ramaswamy struggling. Well, look at this. Does it drop enough? Borderline. Maybe just benefit of the doubt to the bowler, but it will be a Maximo to finish the over. 18 come off, and it's 91 for 3 after 8. Yeah, so John, I know what you're talking about, by the way. Occasionally I go into what they're describing as a Darth Vader voice, and it's a strange audio glitch. We haven't been able to work out why it's happening, but yeah, we'll test a few things tonight. Again, it might be one particular piece of equipment. The main thing is you can hear me most of the time. We had a bit of an issue earlier where we lost the commentary completely. So end of the over, 91 for 3. Bakshi comes on, who was part of a decent opening partnership, but right now he's gonna find it a bit of a tough situation to come into. Slip comes in for Bakshi, who's left arm around. And Kashyap jumps all over his short ball. And he'll get the journey. Maximo. Well, 3 big hits would have done it. Make that 2. It's a real clear pattern today. When bowlers have got it right, the bowlers have been winning. And when they haven't got it right, the batters have been winning. And it makes sense, but it's one of those days where that's pretty clear. There's something in it for the bowlers. But you've got to hit your spots. Good comeback, though, from Bakshi and kind of proves my point. Now they're going to get an overthrow. Wait for the signal here if there is one. Not sure if there's a little edge on that or if it's going to be called buys. Called runs. Bit too short again. Cash up. Finds the fielder this time. 100's up. Just 10 to win. Slides through. Doesn't bounce too much. Under edge from Cash up. We'll take him to 40. One thing we haven't had today is a half century. And a couple close. Joten with 48. Kisa with 47. Rex gets another short ball. He's going to put it wide mid on for a single. That'll take us to the end of the over. So Latvia cruising to victory after 9 overs. They're 102 for 3. Just 8 runs required for them to take the win. And I do think with the margin of this victory, they will finish day one at the top of the table. But a real tournament-defining clash coming up tomorrow for them. They take on the might of Poland, who have won all but one of the previous editions of Euro T20 Cup. Going to be the captain, Renu Mahadevappa, to bowl what might be the last over of this game. Oh, well, Silvera, better the longer he's there as the rain starts to fall. So to be honest, might be one of those ones where both teams might want this to be over quicker, sooner rather than later. So they have to stick around when the result is beyond doubt. Kashyap nails it down the ground. That's a monster strike. Maximo ties the scores now. Well, find a ball and send it out there ASAP. Luckily, we got that one back because the rain's coming. And I tell you what, this day of cricket is not going to be going for too much longer. I can tell you that much. Oh, gee, almost the catch of the century. Wow, how about that? I don't know how he got a hand to it. That was amazing work. The game stays alive for one more ball. Kashyap needs a boundary to bring up his 50. Can he do it? Nope, but it will be. Oh, no, it won't be the end of that. Not going to take the run. Oh, that's the confidence of a man who knows he's got a couple more chances before the torrential stuff comes. Can he finish it with a biggie? Hits this one nicely. And that will be it. So he'll bring up his 50 as well. The first half century of the tournament. Kashyap, nice job by him. A 22 ball 50. And they will win this game with 61 balls to spare. Just over 10 overs. So a pretty comprehensive win in the end, with Lithuania just not able to put enough runs on the board. That 109 was never really going to be enough against this Latvian unit, which kind of pulverized them early. They did have some little wins there. They did take 3 wickets and created a couple more chances, but just wasn't to be in the end. I want to say a big thank you to everyone in the chat for your company today. A reminder that we will start here tomorrow a little bit earlier. So we start here at 9 a.m. European time. That's 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 in India, and it's the same time the Portuguese League starts as well. So big day, the biggest day of the week tomorrow in ECN with 3 T20s here and also 3 T20s in the Portuguese League. Looking at the scorecard, though, 109 was never really going to be enough, and Kashyap finished it in style. 50 off 22, unbeaten with 5 maximos and 2 fours. Certainly showed that he has good power. And double figures for each of the 4 other batters that we saw. For the bowlers, well, Lithuania, they battled hard despite not having too many on the board. Isaac Solomon, despite his finger injury, finished with 2 for 15 off his 3 overs. The other wicket for Noman Mohammed. And Mahadevappa almost ended up with a wicket with an incredible attempt at slip off what would be one of the last balls of the game. But it is Latvia that get off to a good start, and they will actually finish day 1 on top of the table on net run rate. So tomorrow, like I said, 3 big games coming up here. We'll see Iceland taking on Lithuania in the first match of the day, then Poland take on Latvia in the second, and Poland, Lithuania in the third. So Lithuania play twice tomorrow, Poland play twice tomorrow. So huge for those teams, but also obviously for Iceland trying to get their first win on the board against Lithuania likewise, and Latvia versus Poland is shaping as probably the match of the day, considering that those 2 teams have occupied the top 2 positions in the last 2 years' tournaments. Well, once again, thanks so much for joining us. If you are a new viewer, it's great to have you with us. A reminder that you can watch us anytime you like on YouTube. You can even watch back if you miss the live action. Don't forget, if you are watching on the YouTube platform, ECN European Cricket Network, to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Don't forget also our social media. There's some great stuff out there. Maybe not Iceland cricket level, but still decent stuff out there on our social media at European Cricket. And don't forget also our website, europeancricket.com, for all the latest in what's happening in the ECN universe. But from here in Warsaw, on behalf of all the crew, Lucky and Al, VIP, and all the rest of the Mini Blue crew, and everyone here at Polish Cricket, hope you have a wonderful evening. See you tomorrow for a huge day of action. Pray for dry weather and pray for the results to go your way. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, wishing you a good night, and see you tomorrow for more action here in the Euro T20 Cup. You've been watching ECN. For now, it's hasta pronto.